Alright guys, Beal here, back with more AC Brotherhood, again back streaming here, third day in a row. And this will probably end up being it for the week, but yeah, I gotta do the normal checking on things at the beginning of stream here. Got to... Yeah, for some reason, every single time I start streaming the Ezio collection, it says that I am streaming games and demos, so I gotta change that. But anyway, again, like, just do normal, start Brotherhood. Yeah, I mean, this stream will be more of the same. We'll finish Brotherhood. I think we'll almost definitely finish Brotherhood. I mean, we'll finish. I mean, like, unless, like, my internet craps out on me, or, like, I just, like, die in the middle of stream. I feel like we should be able to finish Brotherhood here. Alright, so change the title, or change the game. Now I need to make sure we're still streaming. Again, it does this all the time, where it's like whenever I change the game that we're playing, like it for some reason, like, acts as if I just stopped streaming. And now we're back, so it should be fine. Again, just gonna double check the audio. Should be fine. Again, just gonna double check. And we're good, so let's go. Let's just go in the room. Gonna finish the game. We are at the beginning of sequence 8. So we are very, very close to the end. There's 9 sequences. With both sequences 8 and 9 being straight shots. Pretty much this is the point of no return. So, again, should be able to finish this within like an hour and a half or so, I think. And then, then after that, we'll decide what we want to do after that. I did talk about possibly doing Da Vinci's Disappearance, but I'll be honest, I'm getting a late start to streaming tonight. Plus also the fact that, like, I'm already, like, I'm already, like, leaning on the tired side, so it's like, I wouldn't be surprised if I decide to just, not really, focus too much on, doing too much after that. I mean, I'll probably end up doing... I don't know, like, if I don't do Da Vinci's Appearance, we'll probably do the Christina Memories. Yeah, hey, it's me, Raccoon. I think you've been here for, like, all the recent streams, right? Pretty sure. So... Yeah, I'm surprised that as many people, like, have actually showed up for these, considering these are so late. I mean, at least in my, again, like, I live on the eastern coast of the United States, so... where I'm at, again, right now, it's 11:30, but, yeah, that should be wrapping up Brotherhood here. All we gotta do is, like, just the final 2 sequences. Just gotta head over there. Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I don't really have that much to update on here. I mean, obviously, it's only been a day since the last streamed, and not that much has happened. I mean, I'm trying to think. I feel like there was some sort of news today, right? I mean, there's Survivor news. I know that Survivor 42 is back on in terms of they're not gonna have any issues with quarantining and that sort of stuff anymore, or not quarantine, lockdown in Fiji. Oh yeah, BB-23, that was the other thing. Yeah. We did get well, I mean, I think this was like yesterday that Julie Chen was doing a photo shoot, but then also we're starting to get some rumors for a premiere date and all that sort of stuff. And I mean, to be fair, it's like, what rumors are there really that it's like, it's kind of obvious when it's like around the time that's starting. It's like any rumor that's really out there can just be a straight up guess. Like, again, like anywhere between June 23rd to July 7th, that's the premiere date. I can assure you that. It's just a matter of which one of those dates. So it's just like an arbitrary thing of like which rumor is going to end up being true. I know there's a rumor out there right now that it's going to be a live move-in, which would be really great. I would really like that, but I think it would be weird though, because like if they do a live move-in, are they going to be like, are they not going to be releasing the cast before the season then, like they did with BB-22? Again, like obviously we got very lucky with BB-22 being an all-star season, so like we knew the cast coming into that, but like any general like newbie cast, is like how easy is it going to be for us to know the cast beforehand? And even then, like even if we know the cast, like that really tells us nothing. Like that's why like I've never done I don't know what the fuck I was doing there. I don't know. That's not what I was trying to say. Yeah, but that's why I never done a video on casts before. Actually, I was supposed to go there, wasn't I? Yeah, I'm an idiot. But yeah, I've never done videos on casts, on newbie casts, like when like Redmond leaks them or whatever, because it's like to me there's like nothing to really talk about. To be honest, it would be very similar to my Survivor of Africa cast assessment, which was very much just me making general statements about things because like I had very little information. I mean, like, if for BBUS, like, if we don't get the like, if we do have like this, actually, I don't know. I wouldn't do a speculated cast video, right? Like, it'd be weird to do a newbie speculated cast video, especially if that ends up being wrong. Like, that'd just be so bizarre. So I don't know. Hopefully, we do get a cast beforehand. But
I want to see the Pope.
again, this is all under the assumption that we're getting a live move-in, which is not a guarantee either.
Get out of my way.
I think if we get a live move-in, I hope it's not. I mean, they're probably going to do the same thing as last time, right? And have, like, comps and stuff and whatever. So maybe it won't turn out that great, but it's a good concept. I just think that they're not going to execute it well. Yeah, I'm trying to think, what did I do today in terms of... I did work on stuff for the channel, but not really anything... Like, really, I wrote the script for my, Persona 5 Strikers video that no one probably cares about, so that's something I did, but and that's a video that I have no clue when that's coming out. I have no real set date for that. Like, it's purely a video that I decided to make now, or I decided to write the script for now, just because I played the game, like, just actually now it's been 2 weeks, so it's actually been a little while, but I played the game recently. I know I want to make a video on it at some point, so I decided, you know what, whatever. We'll write the script now. I don't know when I'll get around to recording it or editing it, but I'll write it now. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't mind the live move-in, but hopefully we're just not going to get, like, the same comp over and over again like we did last time. Like, I just don't want them to do what we did last time, but knowing Big Brother Production, I wouldn't put it past them.
I ordered a fresh batch of La Cantarella last night.
I am terribly sorry, mia signora, but the Pope has taken it all.
Where is the Pope?
He meets with Cesare.
Today.
Oh yeah, I did watch Big Brother
not tell me
Australia,
Cesare had
which
been
was
killed.
an interesting episode. Probably one of the better episodes of the
So
season.
much trouble. Why didn't I stay in the stables? What
I'm a
family
bit worried
situation.
for what we're going to get next week, based on the preview, with the fact that we're going to get 6 intruders into the game when we're like halfway through the season. But then again, are we halfway through the season then if we're getting 6 more intruders? Like, probably means we're not technically halfway through the season. But either way, we're what, 11 episodes into the season and we're getting more intruders? 11 episodes into a season that has a boot every episode. So I mean, yeah, a bit worried with what's going on there. But yeah, I mean, it's Big Brother Australia. It's like, how seriously should I be taking this to begin with? Game, thank you. But Big Brother Australia was fine. What else did I did watch, I don't know how many of you are college Survivor fans, but I did watch the new episode of Survivor Michigan, which was solid. Like, I think this season as a whole has been really strong of Survivor Michigan, but yeah, I mean, this was just like a fine episode, just kind of like just average episode, but yeah, like if you haven't watched College Survivor, which I feel like a lot of people probably haven't, I would definitely recommend certain series. Not everything. I mean, obviously, like, College Survivor is fan-made Survivor. I mean, like, it's not even Survivor, though, is it? It's like, the game is Survivor, but, like, the actual execution of the game isn't Survivor, if that makes sense. It's like, it's essentially Survivor, but, obviously set on, like, college campuses, so it's like, these people aren't on an island by themselves with the only survivor to think about. It's like these people are going to school at the same time, but through that they're obviously well, I'm trying to think of the word, whatever. They're fully healthy. They have food. They have everything. So it's like I'm sure they're able to think more clearly. And like really, College Survivor most of the time really just comes down to the cast, and I feel like Survivor Michigan for the most part has done a very good job with casting, typically. I mean, there's other series that definitely struggle a bit. I just realized I don't have the climb leap still. Well, shit. Okay, there we go. I should have went. Yeah, I have the money to buy the climb leap. I should have just gotten the climb leap before I did this. Whatever. Yeah, if you were to watch College Survivor, I would say. I mean, like a lot of people recommend Maryland. Maryland's a kind of the go-to College Survivor series to watch. And like Maryland, like the early Maryland seasons are good. I would personally say that the season to watch for me personally is Survivor Michigan season 1. I feel like that, to me, that is the best College Survivor season that I've personally watched. Again, a lot of people say Survivor Maryland All Stars, which again, it's very good, but I do feel like, one, it's a terrible season to start. I mean, obviously it's All Stars for one, but also I do feel like it's not. Not. I don't know how to describe it. It doesn't feel. Actually, what am I doing right now? Oh, I never did the. I'm a fucking idiot. I'm not like paying attention to the game when I'm streaming here. But yeah, we never went to the actual window here. That's where we get the Cesare thing. It's mine, not yours. I want the apple. Here we go. I love this scene. Like, it's ridiculous, but I do love this scene.
Know what you mean?
My funds, my troops, gone!
Financial difficulties strike all of us, even those with an army.
You intend to give me money?
No, I do not.
Then I will use the piece of Eden to get what I want. Your help is not necessary.
That has been made abundantly clear to me. Are you aware that the Baron de Valois is dead?
It is kind of funny, actually, like, paying attention to the cutscene right now, when, like, I haven't been paying attention to the cutscenes, like, this entire stream series so far.
I do not have to stand for this!
The assassins murdered him.
Why did you not stop them?
As if I could. It was not my decision to attack Monteriggione. It was yours.
Yeah, Lost Legacy I'll definitely do. It's not anytime soon, though. I mean, yeah, it's not anytime soon. 5-year anniversary, which is next year, next August. I'll do it. Again, like, essentially what I did for 2020 is or 2022, sorry, is I kind of like look through all the games that were like having sort of like anniversaries during that time, and kind of got a general sense of what videos I would want to make for 2022 in terms of anniversary videos. And yeah, Lost Legacy is one I'll do a 5-year retrospective on, which is August of 2022. So that's a ways down the road, obviously, but that's something planned. And to be fair, I would have done it anyway if because I did the Uncharted 4 one. At that point, I kind of felt like, well, I might as well do Lost Legacy as well.
I control
All of this.
If I want to live,
I just love this line.
if I want to take, I take. If I want you to die,
It's so ridiculous, but it's like it's just a line that for some reason always sticks in my head. But yeah, yeah, there's a lot of games like that that I have planned retrospectives in 2022. Just again, it's obviously so far down the road right now that's not really like top of mind. Yeah, I think at this point, I think Lost Legacy has a serious argument for being my favorite Uncharted game. It's like, it's tough because it's like, I feel like narratively Uncharted 4 concludes the Nathan Drake story and does a lot of really great stuff with Nathan Drake's character that I really do enjoy. But I think, like, during replays, like, I just don't enjoy Uncharted 4 that much. anymore. Like I just feel like the game's pacing just seriously drags. Like once you get to the island, in the back portion of that game, and it's like when I look back at like Lost Legacy, it's like a really tight, both story and also game, and it's like. I think there's an argument for it being the best game. I just feel like it's like I have a tough time like saying it is the best when like so far the series, like the Uncharted series, has been so focused around the character of Nathan Drake, and for like Nathan Drake to not even be in the best game in the series, it would just feel really weird to me. But I definitely think there's a lot of argument. There's definitely an argument there for Lost Legacy being the best game there.
I know where that bastard is going.
Again, for me, it's like it's close right now between 4-2 and Lost Legacy.
Thank you.
It's like I can make the argument for all three. I'm going here, right? I love how like I've completely forgotten this game despite me playing this game like 20 whatever times. Yeah, it's down here. But yeah, there's a lot of retrospectives I like kind of have planned for next year. Some of those might be cut, some of those might not be cut. Some stuff might be added. We'll see. But Lost Legacy is one I'm pretty secure on doing. Yeah, like I don't like the car sections. I don't like. Yeah, I mean exactly. Yeah, that's pretty much my thoughts on Uncharted 4. Like I'm trying to think of what else was there for 2022. I am going to be doing a Mass Effect like series of videos where I do Mass Effect 1, 2, 3, and Andromeda. And again, the remaster comes out on Friday. So I will be playing those then. And no. And doing my prep process for those videos during those playthroughs, and then again, I just probably won't make the videos for a little while, but I'll at least get all that preparation stuff done there. I'm currently also in the process of doing this one's for this year, but a Final Fantasy 15 retrospective that I would like to do. That I'm how far into it am I? Like I'm not even halfway through yet. I've been doing all the side content and everything too, which I've actually never done all the side content in that game. And okay, I don't know why I'm so terrible. Whatever. But yeah, Final Fantasy 15 is something that's in the works, though. I'm a bit unsure of how I want to actually go around with playing it. So this is the thing. Tomorrow is okay. Well, that was awesome. Tomorrow is the release date of the Assassin's Creed Valhalla DLC, Wrath of the Druids, which initially the plan was like, okay, I'm just gonna play it when it comes out, and then I'll just not do the video because like I don't have room on the schedule anymore to do a Wrath of the Druids review. So I was like, okay, well, I'll just mix that review with Siege of Paris, which comes out later this year, but I'll just play Wrath of the Druids now. However, the more and more I think about it, the more and more I just don't want to play Wrath of the Druids. Like, I just really don't want to play Valhalla again until I like really, really need to. So what I'm thinking of doing now is I'm just not even going to play it until Siege of Paris is about to come out, and then I'll play the two back to back. Like, that's kind of what I'm thinking of doing right now. So, yeah, I just won't play that. I think right now I'm just going to focus on, obviously when I'm not streaming, just focus on Final Fantasy 15. Try to get that retrospective done in, like, I don't know, a few weeks or so. And then, just focus on Mass Effect after that. And we'll play Mass Effect Andromeda on stream, by the way. That's something I plan on doing. Because the thing is, like, with the games I'm playing on stream, these are games I don't need footage for. Like, I have all the footage I need for Getsu Trilogy. I have, like, 5 or 6, maybe some more than that, playthroughs of footage for the Getsu Trilogy. I don't need more footage. With the Mass Effect Trilogy, though, I don't have any footage for any of those games. But Mass Effect Andromeda, I do have a 100% completion playthrough worth of footage, so I don't need that footage, so I will be streaming Andromeda at some point. Again, it'll be after I finish Mass Effect 1, 2, and 3, so I'll be a while down the road. I plan on watching the iCarly reboot. I didn't watch the original iCarly, so I do not plan on watching the reboot. Oh, that was actually really good. I usually fuck that up even more. Okay. Are you not gonna let me, or is it? So that's not this. I thought that was the side. Okay, maybe it's that side. Whatever. But yeah, Mass Effect series. That's one I'm gonna do. I want to do a Nier Automata retrospective next year because I haven't played that game since my first playthrough of it, which was like what, early 2018. So it's like I would like to replay that and do a retrospective of that. Plus, also I plan on doing a top 10 or top whatever. I don't know the number right now, but top games of the 8th generation video for this year. And I feel like there's certain games I feel like I need to replay or play for the first time before I make that video, and Nier Automata is one of those games. So yeah, just again, it's just like I might as well do a retrospective while replaying it as well. It just kind of works out that way. And then I don't think there's a lot of games in, like, I feel like there's a lot of games in the back portion of next year that I want to do retrospectives of, but there's not that much like in the early to middle sections of the season. Or of the year, of the season. I'm fucking out of it. Okay, but what else is there? I'm trying to think. So, at the end of the year, I know for sure I'm going to do an AC3 retrospective. Because again, I'm doing these Assassin's Creed retrospectives for 10-year anniversaries, and AC3 is next. I am pretty confident. Well, I'm 100% doing a Walking Dead Telltale retrospective. Because that's another game that was very important to me. And again, just would feel weird to not do one on the 10-year anniversary of that. The question is, do I do it on the 10-year anniversary of the first episode or 10-year anniversary of the final episode? And I'm leaning towards the final episode just because that's what I did with Life is Strange. And I feel like just to kind of keep the consistency there, I'll probably do it on the final episode. But we'll see. Also probably going to do a Uncharted 1 retrospective. Because it's 15-year anniversary of Uncharted 1 next year. So those are pretty guaranteed, I feel like. Oh yeah, I'm definitely going to do a Life is Strange Before the Storm retrospective as well. But that one will be a lot more negative. Yeah, just again, one of these that's like, well, I already did a Life is Strange retrospective. I might as well do a Before the Storm retrospective, especially because like I feel like I would really like to pick apart the game from beginning to end. I never understood why there's an echo in the scene. Yeah, I really would like to pick apart that game and just completely bash it. So yeah, I'm definitely going to do a retrospective of that next year as well. But I think that might be it. That's like guaranteed. There's a couple other things that like I'm leaning towards doing, but like not for sure. Something like a Ghost of Tsushima 2-year video. That's something I'm thinking about, but again, not guaranteed. I don't even know what else. To be honest, there isn't that much like outside of those. I don't feel like. Oh, Sleeping Dogs was a game I was like considering, but like to be honest, Sleeping Dogs is a game I don't really have much of a connection to. It's more so that I just kind of want to replay Sleeping Dogs. So I don't know if that's like worth doing a full-blown retrospective on.
I am ill, you idiot! Micheletto will soon be here with my armies.
Yeah, no, I've never watched iCarly. I never watched Drake and Josh. Like, obviously they were on when I was a kid, but I was like, I'm not watching this. Like, I watched, what was it? I did watch a lot of, like, Sweet Life of Zack and Cody.
What sorcery is this?
Oh, yeah, I forgot we have the apple. God damn it, I hate this section of the game.
Do not smite me!
But yeah, watch a lot of Sweet Life of Zack and Cody. To be honest, I don't even remember, like what kind of, okay, fuck. In terms of, like, those sort of, like, live-action kids shows, like, what I watch. I remember watching, like, Hannah Montana here and there, but it's not like I was, like, a massive fan of Hannah Montana. And I think same thing goes for, like, That's So Raven, that sort of stuff. Okay, let's try this again. Okay, well, kind of went too far away, so Okay, we still got it. Yeah, I think when I was a kid, I just like mostly focused around like animated shows and like anime and Power Rangers. I mean, which again, if you don't know, when I started this channel, the Marine Review channel, one of the main topics I was going to cover was Power Rangers. And I just never got around to it, and like that's funny, it just feels weird. Like obviously I did that Go Kaiger 10-year, or yeah, 10-year retrospective, which I actually had a lot of fun doing. I actually really enjoyed doing that, but like Power Rangers just in general like isn't a thing I've really followed in recent years, and it's like just would feel weird to go and do a whole bunch of Power Ranger videos at this point. But like Power Rangers is definitely a show I was obsessed with as a kid. But yeah, I mean, like, there's definitely, I think, yeah, next year is the 10-year anniversary, or not 10-year anniversary, 20-year anniversary, fuck me, of Forever Red, which is one of my favorite Power Ranger episodes. Again, it was the 10-year anniversary episode where they got all the Red Rangers back together for like a 30-minute episode, which I plan on doing a retrospective of that. Again, I don't typically do retrospectives of like single episodes. It feels kind of weird, but I feel like Forever Red is something that is important enough to me that I feel like I should do a retrospective on it. So that's something I'll probably end up doing. But outside of that, I don't really have any other like Power Ranger based things planned. I would like to do, as I did Go Kaiger retrospective this year, I would like to do a Go Buster retrospective for next year. So that'll be the 10-year anniversary of that, but because Go Buster is one of my favorite Sentai seasons, but it's like I'm probably just not gonna like I don't think I have time on the schedule if I remember right. Plus, also it's like it's not even worth doing. I always hated this tailing mission because I always like had trouble finding the guy. Like I'm pretty sure like I figured out where he was after a while, but it's like now like with me like streaming this, I kind of just forgot. Where is he? Like, it's so weird too because they give you like such a small area to to search for him. So like he's within here, but like somehow I just always miss him. I think he's behind here, isn't he? Like in the back of this. No? Okay, cool. Where is he? But yeah, one of the like few videos I feel like at this point that I initially planned on doing when I started the channel that I still haven't done is a Power Ranger season ranking, and I still want to do that at some point. The problem is now I'm so like disconnected from it, where I haven't watched the Power Rangers season since like I watched the first few episodes of Ninja Steel, which that was already like 4 years ago or so, I think, right? Something like that. So it's like that's a lot of shit to rewatch when I like just don't give a shit about Power Rangers anymore. So it's like I don't know if I'll do it or not. I'm sure I'll do it eventually, but it's like when do I do it? When do I care enough to rewatch watch a whole bunch of Power Ranger seasons for the first time when I don't care about the show anymore? But like I would love to talk about Lost Galaxy, about In Space, about Time Force, about even Mighty Morphin, Turbo, like all those seasons. I think there's a lot of stuff I would like to talk about. It's just I feel like the where am I going right now? Where is this guy? Here he is. I'm a fucking idiot. He's in the front. That's what it's. Again, it's like it's the most. Like I remembered, like he was in like a super fucking obvious spot, but it's like for some reason I just always miss him. And it's really dumb that this is a tailing mission too. By the way, we might as well fail it, right? I don't know, whatever. I guess we won't fail it.
Put that dog down. Ah, which way did he go?
But yeah, I think like just in general with Power Rangers, like if I do videos on Power Rangers, it will be kind of just like a one-off sort of thing. It won't be like I'll never do a big series or anything on them. I kind of something I do regret. Like I regret I missed out on the 10-year. I mean, obviously this is like the first year of my channel, but like I didn't really have a set formula like how I was like doing videos and stuff. But yeah, 2019 was the 10-year anniversary, or 20, I think it's not 10 year, 20-year anniversary of Lost Galaxy, which I feel like would have been a good time to do a Lost Galaxy retrospective, which is like my favorite Power Ranger season. So, it kind of sucks that I missed out on that. I mean, like, and like at this point, I just don't feel as incentivized to do one.
Join me and I will take back Roma.
Nintendo games, I mean, see, the problem is that I just don't own a Switch right now, and also I just don't, like, I haven't played Nintendo games since the Wii. Like, not that I don't like Nintendo games, it's more so just that, like, at this point, like, my taste in gaming is very much towards more story-based experiences, which Nintendo hasn't really bothered with for the most part. And it's like, okay, should I? Yeah, let's do Assassins. I'm an idiot. I don't know why I just did this so quickly, but yeah, like it really comes down for me with Nintendo games. It really comes down to time. Like it's just I don't really have the time to play them if I'm going to be doing all these other things. I want to be like the thing is like I feel like I should have played Breath of the Wild by now. Which I mean, like I have played a bit of Breath of the Wild, but I haven't like actually played, like truly played Breath of the Wild. Like I've played the demo for like 15 minutes or whatever, but again, that obviously doesn't count. To be honest though, like I don't think I would like it. Like if I'm being honest, like I really don't. Like obviously it's looked at now as like one of the greatest games ever made and like all that sort of stuff. It's like I don't think I would like Breath of the Wild. Wait, what? Okay, you know what I know. Oh, do I not have medicine? Oh, I can't use medicine? I forgot about that, actually. I really lost 2... Okay, cool. This is perfect, obviously. Well, I guess that's what I get for rushing through the games. I end up... Yeah, look at that! They're literally killing all of my recruits. That's so depressing. There we go. Wait, did that not kill him? Why did that not kill him? Alright, yeah, it's... Okay, cool. Thank you for going out of bounds. Oh, I still killed him, though. That was great. Yeah, I really wish I had more time. Like, it really feels like ever since I started this channel, like, it's essentially, I had to pick one form of media, outside of reality television, to be able to still cover, and I obviously ended up picking video games, but, yeah, like, because of that, like, I haven't had time for movies, or TV shows, or comic books, or anything like that in recent history. Like, pretty much, like, ever... Okay, fuck. Like, obviously, like, in early 2019 when I started the channel, I was still doing, certain videos on, like, I did a review of, Avengers Endgame when that came out, I did a review of, Game of Thrones Season 8, I did a review of The Leftovers, which, in retrospect, why the fuck did I do a review of The Leftovers? That was really random. But, like, I would do videos like that. Like, now I just don't have the time anymore, both in terms of to actually watch a TV season to review it, but also, like, in the sense of, like, having a video on the schedule to release. Yeah, I mean, I could change up the format of the... I mean, it's tough. It's like... I feel like at this point, I'm doing the absolute max that I would be able to keep up with, in terms of, like, doing 2 videos a week. And, like, considering, like, most of my audience does stem from reality TV, I still want to cover, and specifically Survivor, and partially Big Brother, I still want to cover that stuff to not, like, completely, like, alienate the, people that watch the channel, but it's also, like, if it gets to the point where, like, I just dread making Survivor and Big Brother videos, I am going to stop. Like, at the end of the day, it's like this channel is for me more so than it is for other people. Like, I do this because I enjoy it, and, like, if it just doesn't, if I just don't get any enjoyment out of making those sort of videos, then I am going to change the content. But, as of right now, that's not the plan. Okay, let's call Assassin. We don't really need to do anything, do we? We could just wait out the timer, or we could actually kill everyone, which it's not that hard to do either, but whatever, we'll try to. Oh, cool, my other recruit died. Perfect. Oh, do I have... I just realized... Yeah, I do, right? I bought the crossbow, right? Yes, I did. Yeah, I did. Okay. Yeah, so we're just gonna blow through the final boss battle when we get there. I love this music, by the way. Come on. Yeah, I've also, like, this is something that, like, I'm very much into video game soundtracks. Which I don't really get to talk a lot about because, like, I don't play music in my videos. So it's, like, it's weird to have, like, a section of a video where I'm talking about the soundtrack where I'm not willing to actually put the soundtrack in the video. But it'd be cool if I was at some point able to, like, rank video game soundtracks or something. I feel like that would be a cool video to do. Next BBUS video should be okay. This is the schedule for next little bit. This Saturday, yes, this Saturday will be. So today was a circle video. This Saturday will be my Jeff Probst season ranking video. My predicting Jeff Probst season ranking. Then next Wednesday will be my BB Can 9 player ranking. Those two videos are locked. Like, those two videos, I at this point, like, unless something drastic happens, are pretty locked in. Like, those are going to come out on those dates. The plan for the Saturday after that is my Dreamcasting Big Brother Second Chance video, which is actually the last Dreamcasting video I decided to do. But, yeah, that should be coming out, I think it's the 22nd, right? I think it's the 22nd. That's the plan. But then after, I don't think I have another BBUS video until well, I mean, it's only like a month away, but Big Brother season, obviously. Which, obviously, BB23 cast assessment whenever the cast comes out. Okay. We have, I did do a series of top 10 videos pertaining to Big Brother. Those will be coming out at the beginning of Big Brother season. So essentially, like, what I did is, so was it last year? All these lists, like all these videos that get jumbled in my head now. Yeah, that was last year. I did this series of not hold me, no. Oh no, I messed up the line. Oh, is No Man Can Murder Me? Is that later then? Because that was here. Okay, whatever. Yeah, so Big Brother US. Yeah, so last year for Survivor, I did a whole bunch of, like, more in-depth top 10 videos, like top 10 non-winning players, top 10 non-winning one-time players, top 10 one-time players. I think those were the three. I'm doing the same thing for Big Brother this year, and those will be coming out when towards the beginning of, well, like, the first one will be coming out towards the beginning of Big Brother season. I don't remember exactly when the other two come out. They're probably not too far away.
I cannot risk it.
So, I mean, there's Big Brother videos coming up. It's just, like, not in the immediate future. I mean, I guess with the exception of that Dreamcasting Big Brother Second Chance, that's not too far away. But yeah, within 2 months, I would say there's going to be a good chunk of Big Brother videos.
A gift.
If this is goodbye, then keep your money. I do not want it.
We will see each other again. You have my word. Buona fortuna, my oldest friend.
You know, when it comes to Big Brother US, it's always in a weird spot because essentially,
my patron
well, straight up, Survivor performs better than Big Brother. And it's like, if I have an open spot in the schedule for, like, a Survivor or Big Brother video, I usually lean towards Survivor just because that's what performs better. Though I do feel like during Big Brother season, I'm definitely going to try to get some more Big Brother videos out there. Because obviously, one, they perform better, obviously, during Big Brother season. Plus also, like, revenue is pretty good on Big Brother videos during Big Brother season, so it's like might as well take advantage of that as well. Which, by the way, BB22, I don't know what happened with BB22, but when BB22 happened, revenue just skyrocketed, and it's really weird to me. And it's only like it wasn't only Big Brother videos, like CPM, which is what's it, cost per mil, whatever. Essentially, like how much money you get per every 1,000 views. Like that number skyrocketed during Big Brother season, which was really insane to me. Like the video that I've made the most money on at this point, though I think technically it's been surpassed, but in the last few, actually I believe the last few days, but the money that I've made the most money on before that at least was my BB22 cast reaction video, because the CPM on that video was insane. Like it really is ridiculous. Yeah, I mean, probably. I mean, did anyone want to watch BB22? It's like, I'm personally someone that, like, I get why people don't like these seasons where, like, one player, like, dominates the entire field. And, it's like, I'm typically someone that, like, I support Redemption Island. I support, again, BB19 is a season that I've grown appreciation for. But, like, BB22 is a season that I don't think I can defend. Like, it's just not a good season. It really isn't. I'm trying to think, like, would BB22 be the worst season? I think, I think BB2 would still be below it for me personally, but it's like, BB22 is pretty low. I don't think the game is broken. I think it's actually the opposite. I think the problem is production and casting, and like, I don't think the game itself is broken. I actually think Big Brother as a game is the best game out of these major reality shows. Like, Big Brother is the game that fundamentally allows for more power shifts and allows for a lot more interesting dynamics. The problem is that I think something that Taron Armstrong mentioned that I didn't really put a lot of thought into until a bit more recently is cast size, where I do think through having a 16-person cast, it allows for more groupthink in a cast, and it allows for more. Essentially, you have a lot more rounds until the end game. Obviously, like we saw with BBCan 9 with a 14-person cast, that like obviously like the jury phase of the game like starts only 5 rounds afterwards, and it's like I feel like cast size is something that probably is a factor in this as well. I think also, like, obviously, like we saw BB21, like, and like BB19, like some of these other more recent seasons where, like, again, the just general casting is pretty bad. Like, I think in general, I don't think the issue is the game. I think the game is one of the best elements of the show. It's more so just all the production decisions that go around that. Again, like, I think inherently, like, just the base game of Big Brother is a lot more interesting than the game of Survivor. Like, the game of Survivor is not that interesting, or at least is not as interesting. And I think, did I talk about this in my Circle review? I forgot if I left that in there or not. I definitely talked about it. I don't remember if I cut it out or not, but I think that's the biggest problem with the Circle, is that the game of the Circle is, like, the game of the Circle is fundamentally broken. The game of the Circle is, made in a way that you pretty much get almost the same result every single time. Like, I don't feel like that's the case with Survivor and Big Brother, and especially Big Brother. Like, I feel like there's so much variance in the game of Big Brother. I think the problem is that we've had now casts that are playing it very safe at the beginning of the game, largely because, again, I think cast size, because there's so much game left to be played after that initial few weeks of the game, so they're kind of just like sticking to large groups. Okay, I did get through it. All right. And then also, there was another thing that I forgot about. But either way, it's like, I feel like the issue is not the game. It's a lot of the stuff going around the game. But cool. Oh wait, am I? Okay, I guess I was on the right side. Yeah, I think 7-person juries is also another thing. Yeah, I think that's another thing. It's like having a bigger jury also allows for these people that were voted out like way back in the game. It allows them to be voting in a situation where they have so much, like they have a lot less information in terms of who they should be voting for. And I think this also goes to Survivor as well, where it is interesting that, like, it seems like the further back, I mean, but then that wasn't the case with BB-19. But, like, I was going to say, because, like, something like a Ghost Island, I think, when you look at Ghost Island's jury, the first 5 people on that jury all voted for Dominic. Largely because they saw him as the person controlling the game. But then you had the last 5 people. Mind you, there was some randomness there with Angela's vote and Chelsea's vote, but I'm an idiot, I wasn't paying attention. But you have the last 5 people on that jury vote for Wendell, largely due to his personal connections with those people. And like, it is interesting, like, that I think it matters what kind of cast you're getting, I guess, because, like, BB-19, obviously we saw the opposite result, where, like, they voted for Josh because of the opposite reason, because they because he wasn't the one that was controlling things, where, again, the Ghost Island votes for Dominic for the opposite. But yeah, either way, wait, am I losing my mind? Where am I going? I'm supposed to climb this, right? I was pretty sure I was supposed to climb this. What? Yeah, I'm an idiot. It's right here. Again, like, it's so weird. Like, I'm just not paying attention when streaming here. Yeah, I think that's another thing. Yeah, Big Brother needs to stop casting stereotypes and casting or just archetypes. Again, I think that's, again, like, BB Can 9 is just such a perfect modern season of Big Brother. And I feel like there's just so many lessons to be taken from that, even though I feel like BB Can kind of just stumbled upon it in a lot of ways. Like, where I feel like in terms of, like, competitions and, like, that sort of stuff, I think they kind of stumbled upon it just due to COVID restrictions and stuff. But and here we go, final boss battle. Where are we on stream? We're not even an hour in. Holy crap. Okay, I didn't think that we would get through this quickly. But yeah, I think they just need to. Oh yeah, we're gonna do the. All right, let's finish this super quickly. Okay, or not.
I am the best fighter who ever lived.
Wait, what? Why are you? Okay, there we go.
I will conquer.
Cool, I'm fucking it up. Like, I've done a speedrun of Brotherhood in the past, and, like, I did this perfectly in the speedrun, yet, like, now I'm just, like, fucking it up. Why won't you let me? Okay, cool. Oh, that's why. Why did he select? Okay, you know what? Fuck it. The strat's not working anyway.
Give up, Auditore. You are no match for me.
I really love the Brotherhood combat system, though.
Kill all the people you hold dear.
Alright, let's just kill everyone first, and then when dealing with Cesare, we'll do the strat. No! Game, thank you. There we go. Yeah, I fucked it up, but whatever. Alright, there we go. That time it works. Yeah, that's the way it was supposed to go every time. Alright, and then we can go crossbow. Game? What are you doing? Cool. That's exactly what I planned. Okay, fine, we'll use medicine. Wow, this is going so poorly. Like, there we go, thank you.
The throne was mine.
Wanting something does not make it your right.
What do you know? Right, like, just this entire thing, like, it's just stuck in my head.
Lead mankind into a new world.
Che nessuno ricordi il tuo nome. Requiescat in pace.
You cannot kill me. No man can murder me.
Then I leave you in the hands of fate.
Yeah, again, if I ever actually, like, decide to do this, like, more professionally and actually have, like, alerts and stuff, that will definitely become an alert. But yeah, yeah, I just feel like again, I talked about this in a previous stream. Like BB21's casting was just so lazy. Like there's so many issues there. Again, like Jackson and his like addiction problems. You have Jack being Jack. You have Chrissy and Tommy knowing each other before the game and like have photos on like their social media accounts like of them together. It's like, how do you not know that they know each other? You have Holly and Kat know each other. It's like, what a mess. Like, what a complete mess of a cast that was. But whatever. Alright, so yeah, we got the modern day, which should take like probably like 20 minutes or so, and then that's it for the game. We'll sit through the credits, and then we'll probably just go and, we'll probably do Da Vinci Disappearance at this point, I think. I think I'm feeling good enough to go for another good chunk. Da Vinci Disappearance probably takes like an hour and a half. So we'll wrap that up, and then even after, like if I'm not feeling too bad by that point, we'll probably go and go to my other save and just run through some side content. Yeah, that's what I'm hoping. I'm hoping the diversity guidelines help. Again, like I have faith in Big Brother 23. New casting director. You got these new guidelines. Like I have faith there. Like even without the new casting director, like BB 9 ended up being as great as it was just with the just with the diversity cast guidelines. Like it still had Robin Cass there, but mind you, also BB has been more like welcoming to Robin Cass, from what I understand. They've been more open to
Damn European power grid.
Allowing her make more decisions there, while like obviously Big Brother, we know that like CBS is the one making all those decisions.
We have to find that password. Ezio knows the answer.
Yeah, I like Cliff a lot. I mean, like I know like a lot of like Twitter's like really upset like certain things Cliff said, which to be honest I don't even remember what he said anymore about certain. Oh yeah, like how he treated David, right? But it's like I think Cliff is a great player. I think Cliff is like, I don't remember which list it was, but one of those Big Brother top 10 lists I talked about, he was very close to making it on one of them. Or did he make it on? No, he didn't make it on, right? I don't even remember. I don't even remember my own videos anymore. But yeah,
hey, maybe it has something to do with this.
Yeah, Cliff was definitely going to be, is definitely in consideration for like, those sort of lists. And like, I mean, like if I ever were to do a Big Brother player ranking, like I feel like in terms of like ranking all of the players or something, which again won't happen anytime soon, like Cliff would definitely be the best of like the older players. I feel like,
oh my god,
like the people that were like 40 and up at the time that they played.
Tell us already.
I am. The Tetragrammaton, the 72 names of God.
Yeah, I mean, I use Twitter for Big Brother updates. Also, I used to actually watch live feeds. I don't have time anymore to do that. I haven't like fully watched live feeds in a while. But I follow on Twitter, and then I listen to Taron Armstrong's live feed updates.
That's kind of why I'm saying it out loud, Rebecca. Yeah, but I haven't got.
And I watch clips like here and there if they're on Twitter. So yeah. I feel like it's enough. Yeah, I love Ovi. Ovi was my winner pick. It's so strange to me how like I used to be so good at winner picks, and like ever since I started this channel, I've just gotten so many wrong, like so many, like dead wrong. It's so funny. Like I mean, like too, for Big Brother, I was never that great at, but I used to be really good at Survivor. Like I had a string of what was it, 30, 31, 32?
I bet.
Yeah, I guess, like, okay, so, yeah, I think winner picks for Survivor, I'm pretty sure I got, yeah, I got Mike right, but then, I think by that point I was already kind of spoiled, right? I think that was after, I didn't make the prediction until, like, Jeff said in one of his interviews that, oh, you're gonna really love the winner here, which, again, kind of made it obvious. Mike was a front runner there. Yeah, I completely guessed Jeremy. Even at the time of second chance voting, I got Jeremy right. I got Michelle right. on 32. Then I got Wendell right, and I got Nick right on 36, 37. And then since then, it's just been a disaster. Oh, and then didn't I get one of the international winners right?
Okay, good.
If you see any gladiators, my advice...
Maybe not.
I'll keep that in mind.
No, I don't think I did. Never mind. But then Big Brother, like I know... Who did I get right on Big Brother? I got very close to Tyler, I know that. Sure, I think obviously 21 I did OV, that was wrong. I don't even remember, who did I do 20? Or 22, I mean. I don't even remember my winner pick anymore.
I can't believe I'm actually going to hold the apple.
It's been a long time coming. You've earned it.
Like BB Can 9, I was so close. I went with the wrong one. It's like, again, it was Jed or Ty the entire way through. It's like, I just ended up going with Jed. And obviously, got that wrong. But, yeah, I got BB Can, I know I got BB Can 6 right. Did I do Cody? There's no way I did Cody for BB20. Or did I? Did I do Cody? Wait. I gotta watch my own video now. I don't remember anymore. Yeah, I've gotta look this up. Let's see. BB22. Cool. Found my own video. And I got an ad on my own video. Cool. I guess that's karma there. Come on, load. There we go. Did I put Cody? Holy crap, I put Cody. I don't remember that. I got Cody right? I really don't remember that. Okay, so I guess I got that right. Yeah, I had Kevin number 2. That actually just surprised me too when I looked at it. I forgot I had Cody right. I mean, it makes sense. Like, it's not like. I guess like when thinking about it more, like I did think he was very good, well positioned coming into it, but I did not think I picked Cody though. But yeah, I mean, wait, who did I pick for Edge of Extinction? Aubrey. That did not go well. I thought the returnees were not gonna do as terribly as they did on 38 coming into it.
There's so much construction. This place is like a maze.
Yeah, I think I was between Aubrey and Eric, if I remember right. Who did I pick? 39. 39 was Jason Linden, right? Yeah, that was not great. I was so confident too. I was so confident in 39. Like in not necessarily in the preseason stuff, but like watching the season. Like by the time we got to the Jason Linden boot on the airing of the episode, I was still like, Jason's got this. I think Jason's the winner here.
So?
But yeah, obviously, look, by the time Jason goes though, I think at that point it's like, yeah, it's Tommy. I think at that point it's got to be Tommy.
72.
How could you have David as your winner? I guess it's like, yeah, I guess like obviously I was like a lot more positive on David coming into that, but like even then, like I never thought David was actually gonna win though. Yeah, I don't know. Actually, I just realized isn't it really strange that this far into the catacombs there's like power boxes and everything? But whatever. Yeah, I mean, like, again, like, following Edgic, it's like, I know everyone said Tommy from first episode, and I even, like, obviously I picked up on that too, but I was still thinking, no, I think Jason's got a chance here, but no, I was obviously wrong. Yeah, obviously if you can't, like, if you haven't been able to tell from the, from, videos and stuff, and the way I talk through reviews and stuff, I'm big into Edgic, on Survivor, and really all shows, like even BBAU. It's like it's so easy to pick up on like what's going to happen within the episode most of the time. Circle, same thing. Like I felt like Delisa was such an obvious winner on the Circle by the time we get to the end game stretch there. Yeah, I mean, that's true. I didn't like... Devon's not good either. Like, oh my god, like, BB-22 Devon is such a disappointment, right? Oh, here we go, June. Oh yeah, I actually want to pay attention to this.
We commit to this phase the epilogue of our ending.
Wait. Yeah, let's just pause this for a second. Yeah, because I actually want to listen to this, because this obviously gets concluded in Valhalla, like the stuff that she talks about here. In Assassin's Creed Valhalla, they decided to actually care for once. Like, obviously Darby wrote it, so he actually cared, and he concludes the storyline that's set up through her dialogue here.
Let it guide him. Let it shape his path forward.
Yeah, Devon's not a good player. She had so much, like, she was so perfectly set up in BB-22, though. And it's like, the fact that she blows it up as much as she does, like, I think that's, like, never gonna have faith in Devon ever again. It's like, she had so many friends coming into that season. She had such a great reputation coming into that season. It's like, how do you mess that up so badly? But whatever. I mean, David is a bad player, though. I mean, like, David's still a bad player. Like, even though, like,
from the beginning, we set our truths to parchment.
Is Chicken George better than Kaser?
To the memory of men. These proved impermanent.
I would say no.
Cleansed by fire.
The thing that I don't know about BB7, like, Chicken George was never winning a jury vote, right? Like, I do know that Chilltown obviously beats him, but it's like, if Chicken George gets the end against Erica, like, who are they voting for? Are they voting for Erica in that situation? Which, by the way, I love how I just said I was going to pay attention to dialogue, and I just didn't. Like, I would assume they would vote for Erica, but, like, is that a guaranteed thing? Yeah, but, I mean, I still think Kaser is more... Like, I see a lot more potential in Kaser on any given season than Chicken George. Like, even though I think at this point, like, I can't deny that Kaser's a bad player. Like, he's played 3 times in pre-jury, all 3 times. I do think you have to factor in, I do think All-Stars is not really a good representation of him, in the sense that he's coming into that season such a massive target from BB6, plus also, he gets very unlucky in the week that, well, not very unlucky, but he gets unlucky in the week that he goes home, where, Janelle wins the veto. And, like, if he makes it past that week, it's like, oh, but then again, like, he was, yeah, I mean, like, he was still never winning the game, right? In All-Stars. He just didn't have the positioning at that point, even if he had survived that. But, yeah, I mean, I would still say Kaser's better than Chicken George, but, I could see the argument for it, though.
Took you long enough.
What is this place?
Santa Maria Araqueli.
Yeah, I haven't,
They're lifted from Roman
like, I wonder if that's a video I could do in the future. That's probably one I'll do, is, ranking all the, like, returning players. I don't know, or at that point, should I just do all play? Like, that's the thing, is, like, obviously, like, a video idea to do, that would be completely insane, and I think I would literally lose my mind doing it. I mean, okay, Kaser's the Varner Big Brother. I mean, gameplay-wise, yes. Not personality-wise. Actually, I forgot about that. Yeah, All-Stars had 8 guys, 6 girls. That's so bizarre, too, because it's like... Obviously, like, the cast was actually supposed to be 12 people, and then they added 2 at the last second. So it's like, it is really bizarre they end up going with 2 more guys. I think a lot of that's because they didn't, like, I guess they just wanted Chicken George, right? Or I guess they wanted Boogie, right? I guess that's the other thing, is like, that to get Will, they needed to have Boogie on the cast also. So I guess through having that and also wanting like a BB1 representative, I guess, they went with those 2 over any of the women, which, again... I mean, like, who were the women that didn't make it? It was, what, Monica? Which I'm fine with not seeing again. For me personally, I know people do want to see her back, but yeah, me personally, I'm fine with.
We did not build them to be wise, and now they are our final vaulted hope.
You got Dana, who is, like, again, fine that Dana's not back. You had Yvette,
Possess the potential.
which I mean, at that point in Big Brother history, it's like,
Broke our tools.
it's understandable.
Turn them against one
I think
another.
even now it's understandable. It's like, I wouldn't be opposed to it at that return. Oh, wait, Lisa. Yeah, how do you not put Lisa on there? Yeah, that's insane.
Something's open.
Yeah. Thoughts on the Doctor Will Boogie drama?
Most,
I mean,
not all.
it's insane. It's like, I mean, I think it's very clear, obviously, that like Boogie is not a super stable human being, right?
Objects, words, wisdom, but not life. Almost did we have the means. But time erodes
Like
us.
Boogie's like someone that's like gotten into a lot of legal issues, right? So I don't know.
We can see past him.
I think he's probably just not all there mentally at this point.
Stamina, unending. We cannot evade his grasp. Not forever.
To be honest, I haven't really followed it though, beyond the initial like news that came out. They like threatened Will's family over the Amazing Race. Yeah, I mean like Bunky or Cowboy. Like I wouldn't mind a Bunky return.
On my way.
Cowboy is like, I mean, it's fine. I remember, like, by the way, I used to be a big Cowboy fan when I was a kid. I remember when watching BB5 when I was a kid. I believe Cowboy was my favorite person. And then,
I'm not so sure.
yeah, I mean, when I was a kid, I liked Cowboy. Obviously, now it's like, I mean, he's there, I guess. I mean, no, I think Marcellus is a lock for All-Stars. I don't think you can do an All-Star season, BB7 All-Star season without Marcellus. Especially if Marcellus wanted to come back. I know about the catfish thing.
If you want to kill
Yeah, I know
us,
Cowboy's like one of these people like goes to all these events, right? Like I'm pretty sure he's one of these people that like went to the BB20 reunion hoping that he would get to go on the season. Did I put him on my worst possible cast video, I think, for BB22? I mean, to be fair, like I think
Sean's right.
it wouldn't be the worst thing in the world if Cowboy were to return. It's more so just like there's so many better options out there. Yeah, I mean, Lisa's a better play. I mean, to be honest, Lisa's not the greatest TV though. Like I 100% get that casting decision. I still think Lisa should have been on All Stars, but like I get why they didn't pick her.
Hey. 72.
We're about to finish this game. Yeah, I want Marvin back. I think he turned down All Stars though, right? Yeah, again, this is another thing that I don't fully grasp about. Like, I think Marvin is a good strategic thinker, but I don't know how good his winning chances were. That's something I don't fully know.
Have to see this.
I mean, I talked about this last stream. That's like, I feel like with older school Big Brother players, like there's just so many like unknowns for me with certain players, just because I don't know the reality of the situation. I only know what the show showed us, and because there's so many like little things I don't know about some of these older school players' games. And like Marvin's one of those that's like, I feel like if I were to do a BB5 player ranking, I feel like he would be very high. But I feel like I would also need to know like certain things, like again his jury chances and stuff like that.
Hey, Judgment, those beams poking out the wall look like switches. If you hit all of
Yeah,
them,
Marvin would be
powers to the
great.
platform.
I don't think production wants him anymore though, right? Well, I mean, I think clearly, like obviously now they don't care about BB5, but I think even beyond that, like I feel like he's not really the type of personality that they would want back. I feel like he's like a very like raunchy sort of person, like a person that I remember watching him on RHAP. I don't remember how long ago. It was a while back, but like he seems to be the type of person that I could see production not being super high on nowadays. Again, I think he's like a good fit for older school Big Brother. I think modern Big Brother, I don't think he's the type of guy that they want.
Tried to pass it through the blood. Tried to join with us. You feel illusion.
Yeah, I mean, Jace is interesting. I mean, I love Jace on BB5. Like, I think Jace is such a great character on BB5, and like when you have an all-star season like not too far away from that, I think it's not the worst thing in the world that Jace is on the cast. Like, I would have probably voted for him at the time. But yeah, I mean, I think in retrospect, it probably would have been fine if we like cut Jace.
You will come here. You will activate it. You will know only when it's too late.
Did you hear any of that?
Again, this is so great. This is why I loved Assassin's Creed back in the day, was because of all this like cryptic messages and like all this like pretty much the modern day, and like this ending here of Brotherhood is one of my favorite moments in the Assassin's Creed series. I'm really like the endings of all three Ezio trilogy games, AC2, Brotherhood, Revelations. 3 of my favorite moments in Assassin's Creed. Really, 3 of my favorite moments in all of gaming, really.
So where are the temples?
You want me to ask it?
Or think it or something.
Yeah, I mean, like, I get that.
Right
I mean, obviously, that
I know this. I know that. Simply that's a Phrygian camp. It stands for
people like Lisa would have obviously brought more like gameplay to the season. I mean, like, obviously, like when we look at BB7, like there's a lot of people on there that are like not the greatest players. You got Marcellus, you got Howie. All right, I actually want to pay attention.
On the 72nd day before the moment of awakening, you, birthed from our loins and the loins of our enemies, the end and the beginning, whom we abhor and honor. The final journey commences. There is one who would accompany you
Near through gates. She lies not within our sight.
The cross darkens the horizon.
Again, it really is insane that Darby actually finished the storyline. Because again, this leads to nothing after this game. Like that line right there, and like this like entire thing, leads to nothing. But the fact that like Darby took the time to finish a 10-year-old storyline, again, it sucks that it's like overall like it doesn't matter anymore. Obviously, like it doesn't matter to the overall Assassin's Creed series anymore. But it's like it is cool that like he took the time to finish a 10-year-old storyline.
No.
I don't know, like this blew my mind. I remember like I was like grounded. Again, this game came out when I was what, 15? Yeah, and I was like grounded for I don't remember what, but and I had just bought Brotherhood. I was so excited to play it, but I was grounded. So what I had to do is I found where my parents hid the disc, stole the disc, and then like played it in the middle of the night, like every night until I finished it. And I remember like it was like 4 o'clock in the morning when I had school the next day, and I was just like playing through this. I remember like this moment happens, and it's like I just all before you, only she remains to be found. Awaken the sixth, go alone.
Awaken the sixth. Go alone.
Ah, it's so great that they were able to finish that. But yeah, I remember like it was just like 4 o'clock in the morning. I just didn't go to sleep the entire night until school because like I was just like thinking about the ramifications of this ending and everything. Yeah, that's what I was saying. That's the video that's been thrown around my head, like ranking every single player in Big Brother US history, every single player in Survivor history. That is something if I do YouTube for long enough, I will do eventually, I think. It's such a massive undertaking that it's a lot of work. But as of right now, I would say that if I do YouTube for long enough, I'm sure it's a video I'll do at some point. I'm thinking, okay, this is something that I just thought about a bit. I'm thinking with Survivor at least. I think Survivor 50 might be a good time to do it, but obviously that's years down the road, and again, who knows if I'm doing YouTube by that point. But I feel like immediately after Survivor 50, do a player ranking of every player up to that point. I feel like that's the time to do it. Big Brother, I don't know. I mean, I guess you could do Big Brother 25. That might be a good like milestone. By the way, like obviously it won't be one video. Like I typically try to make my videos into one video. Like I very rarely do multi-part videos, and if I do multi-part videos, they're like usually split by like a slight change in topic. Like when I did my what if Final 2s were Final 3s and what if Final 3s were Final 2s, like those are essentially one video that I split into two. And like there's a future one coming up that's the same way. It's like but with that would like be a legitimate, like obviously break in video. Like yeah, I'm mixing in international too. Yeah, that's something I thought about. Like insane undertaking. Just it's not in the cards right now. For sure not in the cards right now, but down the road I could see it being a possibility. Yeah, by the way, I do have a list somewhere out there that I made years ago, like way back, like I think probably around the time of Game Changers or so. I did take the time to rank every player in Survivor history back then. But I don't think that's a super accurate list. Like I think it's like there's a lot of people like towards like the bottom and middle that I probably just like placed wherever. Like it didn't really matter, obviously, because it's like who's gonna see this list? Who cares? But if I were to do the actual video, obviously I put a lot more thought into it, and yeah, I mean it's definitely a thing I've considered, but it's just it's such a massive undertaking that's not in the cards right now. And that's kind of why like I'm thinking like is it even worth doing a like top 10 worst players in Survivor video if I am gonna just do a full-blown player ranking down the road anyway. I probably will, to be honest, because it's like I feel like that's still a quality enough topic to do, but yeah, I mean again it would be insane to do it, and definitely I'm considering. I mean like it's gonna be so ridiculous, like in the like to be honest, like the top isn't bad, the top, and I feel like the bottom isn't bad. It's really the middle that's gonna be the pain, like of like sorting out a lot of these like no names that didn't play like abysmal games but like didn't play good either. It's like sorting out a lot of those like replacement level players is gonna be brutal. I feel like yeah, it's like it's gonna be an insane undertaking, but it's like it would be fun to do though. I feel like it would. I don't know how I would do it. I've thought about this too. It's like how would I break it up? Like because as of right now, what do we have? Like around 600 Survivor players. I don't know, because like I want to do like 10 parts or something. I feel like I would try to make each video like an hour long or so. I feel like that's still like a reasonable length in terms of like in relation to the rest of the channel. I just don't know how much I can get through, and like obviously like if I were to do that, it like obviously I won't go super in depth on everyone's games. I just wouldn't have like I wouldn't bother. But still 590, yeah, somewhere around there. I knew it was like nearing 600. So like I mean if I were to do this by the time of Survivor 50, like let's just say we get 8 more newbie seasons, because I do think we'll get like a second chance to a season, and I think 50 will be like an anniversary season. So let's say 8 more newbie casts, so that's around like what 160-ish people, probably less than that because we're gonna get some 18-person casts and stuff, but yeah, I mean at that point it's like what 750 people almost, or yeah, almost 750 people. That's a lot. I mean that's a lot of people to be ranking there. It's like, yeah, I don't know how I would approach it. It's yeah, that's the thing too. It's like doing a ranking that big, it just leads to so much. There's so many people that are so interchangeable that it doesn't really matter at the end of the day. It's like it doesn't matter if this person's like 480 and this person's 481. Like it doesn't. Like it really doesn't. So it's like, but obviously, like I'm still going to try my best to actually rank them accordingly. But it's like it's going to be a struggle in that middle portion of the list. Like, I'm trying to think, like, who would be, like, middle of the list? Like, who would be right in the middle on a Survivor player ranking? Oh, it's gonna be so much work. Oh my god. I'm just, like, thinking through it now. It's, like, just thinking of, like, assessing some of these players that do make it further into the game, but then don't actually do anything. Like, some of these people that play, like, really hard earlier in the game, and, like, some of these people that get swap screwed. Like, some of these people that, I don't know, like, I think it's a lot of things to talk about, or to think about. But yeah, I mean, that's something in consideration. Haley Ford, yeah, I mean, it might be. To be honest, I think Haley Ford might be above that. Well, actually, no. Yeah, I think you're about right. It probably is around that Haley Ford-esque range. The thing is, though, it's like, I feel like, I mean, obviously, like, when it comes to Survivor players, it's like, and really just any of these shows, in the grand scheme of things, the majority of players are bad, right? Like, I feel like even if we were to get to the top, like, 100, I feel like even the people, like, towards the back of that top 100 aren't even the greatest players. I still think at that point we're still going to have some, like, really, really flawed players. Like, the thing that I'm questioning is, like, where does Russell Hantz land? Like, I don't know where Russell Hantz will land on this sort of list. Yeah, I mean, again, it's a lot of things to think about. Yeah, where would, like, Purple Kelly land? I mean, to be fair, Purple Kelly would not be at the bottom of the bottom. I mean, she at least made it to, like, she made it relatively deep into the merge, was in a position where she was going to be taken to the end by the people that had control at the point that, to a degree, I mean, I guess before the Brenda vote, she would have been taken to the end by the people that had control. After the Brenda vote, she's kind of on the outs, but even then, it's like she's not being taken out immediately. She wouldn't be that bad, but again, I just need to figure out the baseline for, like, what's in the middle. It's like, if we're saying Haley Ford's in the middle, then yeah, she's below Haley Ford. But I don't think she's, like, the worst of the worst or anything. Dean from 39, how would he do second go? Probably, I think he can go one, like, it can go two ways, I think. I could see him being an early boot on a return, but I think more than likely he probably makes a deep-ish run. I don't think he wins. I don't think Dean's the type of person that wins a All-Star season. Like, I think Dean is one of these people that, like, is able to play strategically aggressive, but, like, is never going to actually play strategically well. Or at least rarely play strategically well. Like, when we look at 39, it's like, who's he win against? Like, what jury scenario does Dean win? He loses to Tommy, he loses to Lauren, he loses to Janet. Who's before Janet? Well, Dan. So, like, Dan, Nora, Dean. Is that the scenario we need to get to? Actually, I guess that is a winning scenario probably for him. But to be honest, like, if I'm being fully honest here, I think Dan would have a shot. Like, if Dan did not get ejected, and Dan is in the end against other goats, I feel like Dan could have possibly won a jury vote, which is insane to think about. But, like, people out there didn't, like, there are people out there that did not hate Dan. Like, you had someone like a Tommy, you had, again, Dean did not hate Dan, you had, even Janet obviously grew respect for, like, Dan again by the end of it. I think the question is, like, obviously she's still very close to, like, Kelly and stuff, so it's like, how does that go? But, like, I don't think Dan, is the, like, Dan's not a bad player. Like, I think that's the thing that needs to, like, Dan obviously is very, very questionable human being, but not a bad player. I think one of the biggest knocks against him in terms of jury, like, outside of the sexual harassment stuff, one of the biggest knocks against him jury vote wise is the fact that everyone knew he was rich and everyone knew that he had money. But again, like, when you're against two massive goats at the end, which again Dean was somewhat looked at as one, and Nora was definitely looked at as one. It's like, I think Dan has the chance of winning that vote. Yeah, I mean, obviously, like, does anyone like Dan? Like, does anyone like Dan Spilo? I mean, like, is there anyone out there that's like, oh yeah, I got a big Dan Spilo fan here? Yeah, how long is this credits? I did not realize this credits was this long. You can't skip this, right? Okay, whatever. We're gonna let it go because I do want to play Da Vinci Disappearance at this point. Or should I just not bother? Like, to us, it really doesn't matter, does it? Like, we can go and play the Christina Memories instead. But then, I mean, we're so close to the end of the credits, I feel like at this point that we might as well wait. Yeah, like, no one likes Dan. But, I think if I were to do an Eye on the Idols player ranking, which, again, like I said, is, like, possibility, if I were to go backwards, like, I'm thinking, like, he's probably middle of the road, on that season. Like, because, like, straight, like, Dan was obviously getting to the final three if that didn't happen. Again, like, that's my biggest supporter of Tommy's game, whether I've ever talked about this a billion times. If Dan does not get ejected, Dan is going to the end with Dean and Tommy wins near unanimously on that jury vote. Well, I mean, I guess he wins by the same votes, right? But, as in the Nora situation. But, still, it's like, he has a much easier road if Dan does not get ejected. Like, it's pretty much like he had the game won, and then they added an extra level of adversity to him, and he still overcame that. And again, same thing with Tony. Same thing with Tony on Edge of Extinction. Like, where, like, Tony had the game won, and then they added in the people coming back from Edge of Extinction, and he still overcame that and still won the game. Yeah, Elaine, like, yeah, that's the thing about Elaine, is that I think Elaine just comes into any given season being well-liked to the point where, like, no one is going to take her to the end. And it's like, that's the type of player that I have a tough time assessing, too, is like this player that is so naturally likable, but is also looked at as a massive threat because of that. It's like obviously she fails at managing her threat level well, but it's like, what opportunity did she really have to do that to begin with? Like, what she would have had to act like an asshole the entire time? Is that what, like, Elaine should have done? I don't know. Like, it's with players like that I have a tough time assessing. Yeah, Elaine was never winning. I mean, by the point, like, the fact that, like, in episode 1, they already call her out for being a massive threat and everything, it's like, I think it's pretty clear she's not winning that. I'm surprised she made it as far as she did, though. And the fact that she made Final 7 is pretty impressive, considering she had that, target on her back for most of that time. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's what, like, actually, I forgot, what was going to happen at the Chelsea vote if Chelsea didn't get blindsided? Like, what was the plan before? It was Karishma, wasn't it? Okay, so never mind. And then, yeah, Lane was going to go home, right, at the, well, no, because Aaron was going to go home at the Jason Linden Tribal. They were faking that Elaine was going to go home if she didn't use the advantage. Yeah, I don't know, I honestly haven't thought that through yet on the Idols player ranking. Like, it'll be Tommy number 1, I know that. Lauren's probably number 2. Beyond that, it's like, it's a bit of a mess. Yeah, it's a great moment when Karishma uses the idol. I do think it's a, like, I see some people, like, mentioning, like, I did see this, like this Reddit thing of, like, name a survivor moment that made your, like, whatever, hair, whatever, gave you goosebumps, essentially. And it's like, I saw some people putting, like, Karishma's idol play, and it's like, I mean, it's a good moment, but I think, like, in the grand scheme of Survivor for me, again, like, it's just not, like, the top of the top or anything. Especially because, like, it ends up amounting to nothing, like, because they end up splitting the vote on, wait, no, who votes for Elaine? Or not Elaine, sorry, Elizabeth in that vote? Actually, wasn't it Dan that voted for Elizabeth? Like, to split the vote there? I forgot exactly what happened, but either way, it's like, it didn't end up working out for her. So yeah, it was, just an underwhelming result. But it was a, it's exciting at first when you see like all the Krishna votes getting nullified, but then it amounts to nothing. And yeah, didn't she vote for, who'd she vote for? Wait, I think I'm mixing up people now, wait. Yeah, I think Dan voted for... See, this is the thing, like, if you asked me back when, like, Survivor 40's finale was, I would know, like, every little thing about votes and everything. Like, I would know, like, who voted for who and, like, all that stuff. Like, now I'm so, like... It's been so long since I've been, like, super, super into Survivor for things outside of videos. So, like, I've kind of, like, lost my memory on, like, certain things like that. Like, I'm pretty sure I can still name every player in Survivor history first and last name in order of boot. I know at one point I definitely could. I think I can still do it now, but again, it's been a while. Yeah, I'm looking at the vote chart. She voted for Janet. That's what I thought she did, yeah. Karishma. Yeah, and Dan voted for Elizabeth. So, I mean, that's something. Yeah, Karishma just straight up didn't play that. Like, played a pretty bad game on Eye of the Idols. I like Karishma, I really do. And I would love to see her return, even though I don't think it'll go that well for her. Like, again, she was great in the Sequester Mini. She's really fun on that. I think she has a lot of potential in a game where she's able to... I just think Survivor just in general is not a good game for her. I think, like, Big Brother would be great for Karishma. Okay, here we go. So let's do Da Vinci Disappearance. How long was that credit? That was like a good, like, 20 minutes, right? Or so. Okay, cool. Yeah, that's what you're actually supposed to do, isn't it? I forgot about that. There's no leap of faith there. Wait, when did I get $52,000? Or florins? Yeah, Missy was already voted out at that point. Yeah, Krishna was part of that, right? Yeah. Krishna was part of the Missy Blindside. As well as Krishna, Elaine, and Tommy, right? Those were three. And the fact that Tommy survives that round is insane, too. Mind you, I think some of that, like, obviously, like, you give a lot of, I think you have to give credit to Missy for blowing up her game, but, still, like, it is pretty insane that Tommy survives that round. Where he's, like, literally put on a tribe with, like, none of his allies. Where, like, literally all of his allies are on the other tribe. Like, even, like, someone like a Dean is on the other tribe. It's fun. I still can't believe Tommy's on the challenge. Just like, how did that happen? It's like, that's just like something that, oh yeah, we should probably get assassin recruits. We literally have none. Like, all of ours died. Okay. Okay, cool. That broke my armor? Perfect. But yeah, I mean, obviously, like, we're done with the base game Brotherhood. Next time I stream, I will be streaming Assassin's Creed Revelations, where, as of right now, at least I plan on paying more attention when streaming that, because that is going to be the last playthrough I do before I do my 10-year retrospective on Revelations. And we'll also just, in general, take our time more with that game. Like, obviously, Brotherhood, we were kind of rushed through because he gives a shit about Brotherhood. At least at this point. But, yeah, Revelations will definitely pay a lot more attention to. Get off the horse. Thank you. I forgot there's no horses in Revelations, is there? Yeah, there's no horses until... Oh, no, there's AC3. I forgot about AC3.
Liberation of Roma has begun.
Thank you, Signori.
Yeah, I would love Amber back on the channel. It's mind-blowing me that she's not on 37. That she's an alternate. It's like, I don't get their casting decisions. I really don't know what they're doing. like, it's really mind-blowing to me, the fact that they went with, a lot. Well, I mean, then again, I guess if they're doing vets versus rookies, I guess she would have to take a vet spot. But it's like, why is Anissa on this cast? Why is Nani still on this cast? It's like, I personally would have rather had Amber be, for sure, over those two. Let's get another assassin recruit just for the sake of it, and then we'll go and do Da Vinci Disappearance. Like, I really just don't. It's so weird for me with the challenge because, like, obviously, like, I'm a very recent fan of the challenge. Like, I just watched the series, or like, I started at the very end of December, and then I got caught up with everything but the first like 9 seasons in, like, I think the end was it the end of March or so, like somewhere around there. So it's like it's pretty recent. But it's like I still feel like at this point I'm qualified enough to talk about the challenge. Yeah, I just feel like when you watch older seasons of the challenge, it just feels like such a radically different show from what they're trying to make it now. Like, even like going back to Final Reckoning, which was only a few years ago, like season 32. This season's 37. They typically do around 2 a year, and it's like it hasn't been that long. Yeah, it feels like a radically different show. And I think War of the Worlds was like the turning point in terms of, like, I feel like at War of the Worlds they really started to take it a lot more seriously, where they wanted to kind of make it more into a sport and kind of make it into this like international thing. And yeah, like since then it's like Double Agents had like some really questionable casting decisions, but even then it's like I didn't feel like it was terrible. Like, I feel like this cast is really bad. Like this, like, not necessarily like in terms of execution, but more so in terms of like the pool that they're casting from. It's like, why are we casting from like Warsaw Shore? Why are we casting from like what are some of these other shows, like X on the Beach, like Dutch version or something? I don't even remember what it was, but like some of these like really random shows from like countries that like the people that watch the challenge, like essentially these shows that people that watch the challenge don't even have access to watching. It's like, why are we casting from these shows? It's so strange to me.
What's happening? Ezio seems to be remembering.
Yeah, it's like the challenge like has a very wonky format. Recent seasons have changed that. Like a lot of more recent seasons have only had 1 to 2 winners. I think War of the Worlds 2 is the only recent season to have an actual team win, which I think 4 people won that. So like, I mean, that's been like, I think the current format isn't the like, I actually enjoy the current format more than the like the basic team format, where like, again, like what season was that Gauntlet 2 that had like, yeah, like 8 or 9 people win that season somehow. Yeah, it's
Salahi, is that you?
like, it's just a really different show from what it used to be. And again, like positive and negative, like there's positive and negative there, but I feel like I'm not feeling good about this new season in terms of just looking at the cast.
Let me assist you. I know a captain. He's very discreet.
Like, actually, I just want to look up the cast list again. See if I can do that here.
What are you working on?
Oh, this? A hobby of mine. Of course,
If this would load.
Remind me.
Where is the cast
Who
list?
discovered many secrets about the heavenly spheres and their cosmos.
These symbols come from him?
Ever since my exploration of that strange apple.
Here we go, cast list. Okay, so yeah, we got
I found symbols like them in the writings.
again, like all the newbie, or no, all the vets, sorry, are people from Double Agents, which is the latest season, with the exception of Amanda, which is insane. It's like, why are we, like, it's so weird. It's so weird that like I don't remember how many vets there are. I think there's like 16 or so, right? 15 or 16, somewhere in that range. But like all but 1 were on the last season.
Meaningless.
Yeah, you got Nani. Why is Nani back? Nelson. I don't need to see Nelson back. Why is he back? Amanda Garcia, I'm fine with. Nam, I'm fine with, mostly because he has like a story for a return. I think in general, like, Nam isn't the most interesting person, but at least he has a story. Tory deal.
Bennett,
Don't need to see her
an easy
back.
task.
Devin,
I'm
fine.
afraid you underestimate Salahid.
Oh yeah, I forgot. This is the list
Wait and
before. Okay,
Suit
this is the
yourself.
list before
You
the
will
cuts and stuff.
likely find him at
But yeah,
La
Liv
Bonte
was
Government
initially on the cast, and I think she became an alternate or whatever. Fessy, again, Fessy's fine. Ashley Mitchell's fine, even though I don't feel like she's probably gonna, like, I feel like she has nothing really new to bring to the table, but like, she's fine. Corey, fine, I guess. I mean, I think until he wins, he's fine to bring back. Once he wins, though, it's like, what else do we have left from Corey? I think at that point he becomes like a CT, where it's like, he just has like no, like he just has the same sort of shtick every season. Again, Jay got cut. Big T's good. Again, happy Big T's on there. She's never gonna win a season, but I'm happy she's on there. Yeah, Devin should be on the challenge. Why is Devin not on the challenge? Again, like, he was almost on Amazing Race. It's like, why not put him on the challenge? Come on.
Request your presence.
Let him wait.
No.
Like, I can't, it's so disappointing he wasn't on the Amazing Race too. That would have been really funny. Obviously, they initially wanted Zach and Frankie, but then Frankie turned it down, and then they really wanted Zach, so they brought Devin in, and then Zach was a dick and asked for more money and all that stuff, and that all blew up. But imagine Zach and Devin on the Amazing Race. That would have been great. Devin on anything. Just put Devin on anything. It'd be great. It's so funny. Like, I remember BB16 before the season. Like, I considered Devin as my winner pick because, like, he seemed like this, like, really mellow guy, this really nice guy, this guy that was still willing to play strategic. Like, essentially, he seemed very similar to what I assessed, like, Jed coming into BB 9, and then, like, he just turns out to be this, like, lunatic within the game, where, like, he, it's so funny, like, the story of Devin.
So are we.
Okay, so let's do this. There's some really annoying missions in Da Vinci Disappearances, isn't there? I just realized that. Yeah, this is probably not going to be the most fun experience here. Especially when, like, I'm half paying attention. It's like, I'm sure there's going to be a lot of points where I'm going to be, like, dying a billion times. Or failing things a billion times. Wow, actually, I can't believe I did that well. Okay. Yeah, I think Devin's just forgotten at this point. I mean, last time I heard anything from Devin was when he was at the, what was he at? He was at the, BB20 premiere. That's the last time I saw anything from Devin, so it's not looking good to see Devin return on anything. But yeah, back to the challenge cast again. Josh, whatever, I guess. I mean, I don't need to see it, but it's like, it's whatever. It's not the worst pick in the world in terms of, like, at least he's gonna bring... Like, at least he's going to be the doofus that he is. Okay, can you get on the horse? Thank you. Alright. Anissa, again, why is Anissa still on here? Especially when we have the Challenge All-Stars that she's also on. It's like, why is she also on here? Mark Byron is just hilarious that he was in consideration. Who is from BBUK. Which I actually watched his BBUK season. I haven't watched many BBUK seasons, but I have watched a few, and that was one of the ones I watched. It's hilarious that, like, out of nowhere, Mark Byron is in consideration for the challenge. Like, he ended up being an alternate. Like, I don't think he's on the cast, but it is so funny to me that, like, Mark Byron, of all people, got that far into the casting process for the challenge. Jen Johnson return would be great. Yeah. Kind of weird how challenge will go international for its cast, but not like, yeah, like BB can. You have Adam, you have Anthony, you have even like a Hamza wouldn't be the worst person in the world. You got like Jillian's like, I don't know how Jillian is now, but it's like at least like Jillian at the time. Okay, cool, my armor's broken again. But Jillian at least at the time of like BB Can 1 would be great. Emmett. And there's so many people to pull from BB Can. It's like insane to me that I haven't looked. What am I doing? Like, I'm playing this so poorly, but whatever. Like Anthony should be like a lock, right? Like, I feel like the fact that Anthony like, I don't think he's gotten the call. I think he said that. I remember hearing that somewhere. I don't remember exactly where. But like the fact that like Anthony isn't on the challenge is insane to me. Yeah, I mean, I still think Anthony not getting Kira or Corey's votes is still kind of underwhelming. Like, I mean, like, I get why he lost. Like, I don't think, like, again, Dane played one of the best games of Big Brother we've ever seen. Like, I mean, both Dane and Anthony, like, if either of them had won, they would be top tier winners. And like at this point, like, yeah, I haven't actually thought through this, but is Anthony the best runner-up? Again, I need to relook at the list. I don't remember who I had number one on my runner-up ranking. It's probably Tyler, right? I would guess. Or is it Paul? No, it's Paul on the runner-up ranking, right? Because if I'm ranking the games, it's probably Paul. Or maybe I did go Tyler. I don't remember anymore. Either way, it's like, I think Anthony is above them, right? I'm playing this so poorly. Could someone just... Okay, no. Come on, thank you. That's what I was waiting for. Okay, and of course they had to ruin that. Well, this is perfect. No... Okay, I saw someone... Okay, fine. Yeah, I'm seeing that people are posting things in chat, but I can't look at the chat right now because I'm not trying not to die. Oh, fuck! Aw, okay. I'm not even gonna bother. It really isn't worth it, is it? I think we're good. Oh, we're not. Never mind. Maybe we're not good yet. Yeah, now I remember, like, the things I didn't like about the Vinci disappearance. Was, like, how easily, you can get detected. What the fuck? How did he end up right there? Whatever. Okay. Now let's look at chat again. Yeah, Tyler number one? Okay, yeah. I knew it was Tyler or Paul. Like, I forgot how... I think I did change it at the last second, because I think it was going to be Paul. And then I decided, I think because Paul's jury management and everything was so bad. And he also had the benefit... Like, he also... I mean, there's a lot of, like, little things of Paul's that I said I think Tyler should be number one instead.
Leonardo told you?
Yeah, I remember, I think coming into the recording of that video, it was Tyler. Or it was Paul. Internationally, I haven't done a runner-up ranking yet for BB US and Canada. I probably will eventually. It's not like I don't have it scheduled or anything. And if it's not scheduled right now, it probably isn't coming for a very long time. But I'm sure I'll do it at some point. But yeah, I mean, Anthony, I think would be number one. Like, I would have to think through it a lot more, but I think he would be number one. Okay, that was weird. It's like he was like clipping through the wall a bit when it
Leonardo told me that he had discovered something important.
got stuck there, but whatever.
He's been exploring a hidden catacomb for years now. I think he came to Roma to find it.
I'm trying to think, like, what was the BB Can runner-up ranking? I know it was Anthony.
He's so cheap. I have to beg him for money.
He actually gives coins
It was
to you.
Anthony Godfrey, right? Then Kayla?
What he does not know.
Or am I missing someone? Then I think after that's like, who cares? Because they're all pretty bad. I'm pretty sure that's the case.
Fine. I will use my imagination.
Come on. Okay, more guys over there. Yeah, I've been thinking about oh, I had a perfect April Fool's joke video, but I forgot what it is now. Like, I know I jotted it down. Like, it's in my spreadsheet, I'm sure, of video ideas. But I already had like a perfect April Fool's video at some point if I were to do one.
I've not seen him that excited in years.
Did he say anything else?
I remember it was a Survivor one, but I don't remember exactly what it is anymore. I forgot.
Discovered by some scholar from Grecia.
Pythagoras.
Yeah, rank Zingbot sings. I mean, there's a lot of them at this point, right? I remember like last year, a video that I wanted to do that I never got around to doing was ranking all the OTEV competitions. I think that would be fun. But it's also like a video that like is even worth making. But it's like I think it would be fun to put together though.
Leonardo. I suppose he spoke of his discovery to whomever would listen. Did you notice any robed men around him?
Why would I spend my time at the workshop when I can go out and have fun? Ask the master himself when we get there.
And what is the best Zingbot sing? I haven't. That's something I haven't even like ever thought about. It's probably. Yeah, I really don't know actually. Okay. Like I literally couldn't even tell you like what was the zing from BB-22. Like I don't even remember. I mean, the zings have been so bad recently, though, right? Like, I feel like, I think since like BB-20, I feel like they've all been pretty terrible. And, like, probably even before that, but like, I feel like BB-20 was like the first time I was thinking, like, this is really the best we got. Like, this is the best joke we can come up with.
Maestro!
They took him.
No, he must be here.
The temple he discovered. Where is it?
Leonardo.
Salai, you want to
Yeah,
say
Zach
tell me
sings
where the
good.
temple is.
What was the Christmas thing? I don't even remember the Christmas thing. Oh, okay. Yeah, that was fine.
Something is written on the floor.
What does it say?
Yeah, the spelling comps. They haven't done those in a while, though, right?
Promised to teach me, but now.
Villa. Paintings.
I feel like in terms of competitions, like I don't have a great memory in recent Big Brother history.
He was researching the location of the capital.
Of like what competition they used when. At least to us, it doesn't really matter to me. But
perhaps the pages of his research.
yeah, I do like the spelling comp though.
The paintings are gone. They all burned in the attack.
No,
it's just that I feel like it's one that's like so easily gamed that.
The Borgia took the rest.
6 paintings.
Yeah, like Danny's was terrible. I remember that.
I told the art merchant that portrait of a lady was by Leonardo.
Oh yeah, the Nicole thing. I mean, that was fine. I mean, like I just feel like the quality of the jokes, I feel like have definitely like gone really downhill. I remember Tyler's being really bad. I don't remember exactly what it was, but I remember Tyler's. I don't remember if it was BB-20 or 22. But I remember like Tyler having like a really bad zing. Alright, so let's continue going here. Should we get that recruit? I should probably repair my armor, like, at some point. Oh, it's 5,000 the max in the bank? Oh no, this is a bad, recruit mission. Oh wait, no, maybe not. Maybe it is on the ground. Okay, we're good. Never mind. Cool, perfect. That didn't work out. There we go.
The people should realize there is a war going on for their benefit.
The liberation of Roma has begun.
Grazie.
Yeah, in terms of like really like random ranking videos, I feel like I'm more likely to do that for Survivor than Big Brother. I mean, I feel like there's like a few like odd end ones I wouldn't mind doing for Big Brother. Yeah, like the OTEV comp one was one that definitely came to mind, but it's like I feel like with those sort of like really random ones, I'm more apt to do it for Survivor. Yeah, that's a video that I thought about doing at one point that like would be really dumb, but it would be funny to rank all the quitters in Survivor history. like I think ranking the quitters, like ranking like the medevacs, like those sort of rankings, like it would just be so dumb, but it'd be kind of funny to put together. Should I bother? I guess we're not gonna bother with upgrading stuff. Yes, this is the Lucrezia mission, right? That's a really fun one. Yeah, like I thought about ranking the survivor auctions. That was a video I wanted to do. Forgot about that. And like ranking, I think I talked about this already. I want to do ranking the final tribals. That's something I want to do. Again, like not too far from now. I mean, it's still probably like over a month away, but I'll probably have to go and watch all the finales of Survivor. Because I want to do a finale ranking by the end this year. Which through that, I feel like I might as well just like kill multiple birds with one stone, and like through that also do the prep for like a top jury or final tribal performances, top final tribals, like that sort of stuff. So that's probably something I will do.
Increase the patrols and warn me of any intruders. No one is allowed in the palazzo but my husband's private guard.
Yeah, I'm surprised they haven't done anything with Marshall and Moose in recent history. Like, was Marshall and Moose even... Marshall and Moose was in BB Can 7, wasn't she? Because I feel like I remember her, Marshall and Moose with Dane or someone like that. Yeah, they didn't do anything in BB Can 9. Is Trevor Boris is still working on BB Can, right? Like, I know he's since, like, worked on BBUS and, like, I think UK also, right? Yeah, Dane's... Oh, yeah. Okay, cool. Yeah, were there even any notable tasks on BB Can 9? I don't feel like there were. Like, you had, like, the chili pepper thing, which is, like, who cares about that? I mean, the visual of Kiefer sitting in that thing of ice cream or whatever is, like, still ridiculous. But it's, like, still, like, overall as a task, though, that was just kind of, like, a meh one. Alright. I did see that Twitter is really upset over RHAP's ranking of Brayden, so I found that funny. I haven't even listened to the podcast yet, their like wrap up on BB Can 9, but I did see that they I think they rated Brayden a 3 out of 10, and like a lot of Twitter was like really upset about it, so that was funny. I mean, I do think 3 is probably a bit harsh, but again, like, Brayden did not play a good game. Is it here? I might as well get the chest. Why not? Where am I going? Here. Okay. Yeah, but I think a video that I don't... Oh, what? Okay, fine. A video that I don't have scheduled right now that I definitely probably would like to do before BB Can 10 is Dreamcasting BB Can All-Stars. I think that would be really fun to do at this point, like where obviously like a lot of people are saying like, oh, BB10 should be or BB Can 10 should be All-Stars, which I don't think it's super likely at this point. considering how BB Can 9 didn't do the greatest in the ratings. Like, I think if they were to do BB Can 10 at this point, I think they would go safe. Because, like, All-Stars in general don't tend to do well rating-wise, and I just fucked that up again. But I would really love it. And again, I think a Dreamcasting one for that would be fun. Even though I just said that I'm done with the Dreamcasting series, but I feel like that's one I would do. Mind you, I think I'm done with the Dreamcasting series in terms of Survivor and Big Brother. Well, I mean, I think there's probably there's probably a couple Big Brother topics I want to be opposed to doing, but Survivor for sure. I don't see myself doing another one for Survivor for a while. And to be honest, if I do, I think it's probably going to be Battle of the Seasons or something to that nature, like a more obscure topic. Oh yeah, US versus BB Can. I haven't done that yet, have I? It's in my list of video ideas. I just haven't done it. 6 was the highest overall rating. Yeah, I think I did. Like, I did take a last-second look at just the ratings. I didn't, like, again, I haven't listened to the podcast yet, but yeah, I did see it. I think it's Ty and Kiefer, right, at 6. And I think was Roe the only 5? I don't remember. Like, I remember Roe being a 5, and I think everyone else was like a 4 or 3. And I think Josh was like a 2, I think. Which doesn't fully correlate to my player ranking, but it's not too far off, though. I am surprised by Tina being so low. But then again, my assessment on the player ranking is different from their assessment. I think they're ranking it on them as players in the grand scheme of things. Because I think in the grand scheme of things, yeah, Tina being a 3 or a 4 or whatever, like, I think that's probably about right. But I think, like, in terms of the game she played on this season, I feel like it's higher. Even though she still didn't play a great game.
Julius has led several of his guards in return for siding with the Pope against we shall see how long that alliance.
Oh, Austin was a 2. Okay, that makes sense. That's about right. What was it? Isn't that right? Yeah, I mean, like, BBUS versus Can, like, I don't even know who would, like, because, like, you wouldn't get the top of the top, right? I mean, like, if I were to make, like, it's like, which one do I do? Do I do a realistic one, or do I do a Dreamcast? I probably would do a realistic-ish one. I mean, it's not out of the realm of possibility that, like, BB Can could put that together. Like a BBUS versus Canada. So, I mean, I think that would be, like, the scenario that I think through when if I were to do that video. Like, what if Global themselves were to make it? I think that would be, like, an interesting thing to talk about. Because, like, obviously, you wouldn't get the top of the top. But I feel like you can get, like, you'd get, like, some mid-tier people. I think you can get, like, 1 or 2, like, big names. Like, I feel like you can get, like, a Rachel Riley. I feel like that's someone that you could easily get. I think really, like, just look at the sequester, US versus Canada. I think that's around the people that you're gonna get from the US side. Again, like Matt Hoffman, that'd be great. I don't think James Ryan would play a real Big Brother season, so. But I mean, if they can get James Ryan, that'd be cool. I mean, they almost had Jace for BB Can 4, so why not have Jace back now?
We can comfort each other.
Yeah, like, I actually wouldn't be opposed to seeing Jace play again now. I think it would be funny.
And one to someone who was special to me, Patrizio.
But yeah.
He spends his time near Il Vaticano.
Probably. I mean, probably Rachel wouldn't be able to do it.
Give it to me.
But I think she would say, like, she would want to do it. Like, whether or not she can actually do it, I think she would want to do it. Like, I think she's the type of person that, like, if Big Brother asks her to do anything, she says yes. Like, we obviously saw that she wanted to do BB22 while pregnant. Like, I mean, I think she very clearly would say yes to pretty much anything.
Hurry.
Forgive me, Duquesa.
What for?
No man can heal your pain. You must do so on your own.
Yeah, look at this character development for Ezio. If this was younger Ezio, he wouldn't do this. It is so weird, like how like Ezio's like 40 something at this point, right? He's like 40. When was he born? 59, right? So 42. Anyway, he's like mid 40s at this point. This is what, 1506, I think. Which is like 47, right? Something like that. I do love this mission, though. I mean, that is if you can play it correctly, which, as of right now, I'm not playing it correctly because you're supposed to go this way. Alright. Around up if I fall. Yeah, I mean, Keith Angels was, I like, Keith is a great, like, first boot. I mean, I guess, like, yeah, I mean, like, he's like, I think he's a person that, like, out of the first boots in Big Brother, like, I wouldn't be opposed to seeing Keith play again. Like, Keith would never play again, obviously, but it's like, it would be funny to see Keith, try to play again. Really, to be honest, any of the regular, I wouldn't be opposed to seeing any of the, wait, that was the Alliance name, right? Regulators? That was BB-13? Yeah, I wouldn't be opposed to seeing, like, him, Dominic, even Cassie. Like, Lawan's, like, kind of the, like, what are we going to see from Lawan? But it's, like, I wouldn't be, like, angry at it or anything. Obviously, again, it's never happening at this point. I think the best chance we have of any of those four is probably Dominic, but even then, it's, like, not happening. So, I should probably, to be honest, it's probably Lawan, like, realistically. But again, still not happening. How much more of this do we have? I'm trying to think. I think we still have like 5 missions left. Wait, let's actually look this up. DNA restored. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, I think 5. Anyway, all right. Yeah, I think what we'll probably end up doing. Oh, okay. We might as well just do this then. Okay, and obviously that didn't work. Yeah, I think we'll probably end up finishing Da Vinci's Disappearance, and then we'll probably call it a day. But, we might still do Christina Memories. We'll see. Like, essentially, I'm trying to play anything that's, like, relevant to Revelations, which, to be fair, there's not much that is relevant to Revelations, but I feel like at this point we're, like, relatively early in stream still, at least at the time that we finished Brotherhood. I feel like we might as well do those sort of things. Alright, yeah, I think Lawan would definitely play again. I think, like, I have no doubt that he would say yes if they asked him. It's just, again, like, when we only have, like, when BB-22 is the first All-Star season since, okay, I don't know why I just did that. It's the first All-Star season since, BB-7. It's like, when you have 15 seasons in between that, it's like, are you really gonna call Lawan of all those people? Like, I think I said in my cast speculation video that I wouldn't, like, be surprised if Lawan, was at least, like, somewhat in consideration. Again, I don't remember if that made the cut or not. Again, that's another thing with my videos. Like, I don't remember what makes the cut or not in certain situations. Because, like, there's certain, like, the good chunk of videos, like, I don't do with scripts anymore. Like, there's certain videos that, like, I need scripts, and, like, I write a script for, obviously, like, my reviews, like, season reviews, most game videos, especially retrospectives, season retrospectives, stuff like that. But, like, when it comes to, like, just a general, speculation video, casting video, rankings, stuff like that, I don't use scripts anymore. So, like, there's a lot of stuff that, like, I know I said during the recording process at some point, but I don't remember if I left in the cut. Yeah, I put him on the worst possible cast. Yeah. But again, like the worst possible cast is like are people that I still think could have been in consideration, but if they had made the cut, it would have been like kind of an underwhelming outcome. Yeah, I mean, obviously he sucks as a player. I mean, like, is anyone saying LeJuan's a great player? I mean, like, I think, actually no. I was gonna say I think there's an argument for him being the worst player, but it's like realistic. I mean, like, obviously Keith is worse than LeJuan. From BB13, I'm talking about. Okay. Actually, how would a I actually like that. I haven't thought about that either. Like, how would okay, yeah, we completely fucked this up. How would a BB13 player ranking go? It's like, who's number one on that? Like, is it Shelly? I mean, that's kind of the first one that comes to my mind. Even though, again, like, I don't think Shelly wins, even if the Pandora's Box twist didn't happen. Like, I think she's probably the final four boot in that scenario, if comps play out the same. But I think she probably is number one. Yeah, I'm sure I will. There's definitely things I've said that I don't agree with, and like definitely things that like I don't remember that I said. Then whatever. What just happened there? Again, like when it comes to Survivor and Big Brother videos, I haven't rewatched really any of them. I've rewatched a lot of video game videos, but yeah, I haven't rewatched a lot of Survivor and Big Brother. Yeah, like it's funny. Like I rewatched my Assassin's Creed series ranking not too far back, and it's like at the time I was a lot lower on AC1. While like now I think through like me playing Valhalla, it's like made me really respect AC1 a lot more. And I think like through that, it's like it's funny like how I don't necessarily agree with a lot of the things I say anymore on that. Okay, cool. This is going terribly, but we just need to not be detected here. I don't think Kalia. I mean, Kalia would be like wouldn't be low on the list, but like I don't think she's number one though. I don't know. Like again, I haven't like fully thought this through, but I feel like Shelly's number one. Yeah, I mean, Kalia's probably still like within the top few spots, right? Like, where's Rachel land though? Like, I don't even know where Rachel lands. Like, she's probably middle of the pack on that list. Just from in the fact that she does win a jury vote and the fact that she is the winner of the season, not because she actually played well on that season, and the fact that she's good at comps. Like at least there's that. She did win a lot of comps on that season. She won what 4 HOHs. Yeah, I mean what 2 vetoes I think. I think one of those was shared with Brendan, but. Yeah, I think, like, yeah, Clea's probably, like, number 2 or 3. I think there's a debate between her and Danielle. I think I probably would land with her being better than Danielle on that season. Okay, cool. Perfect. Yeah, that's a really tough player ranking. And there's a lot of these I just haven't really thought through. It's kind of fun to like talk about some of these seasons I haven't really thought through on here because I feel like I've talked about a lot of them. Like I talked about like Gabon. I talked about again like BB9. Again, like like those player rankings aren't coming anytime soon. Like I'm not making those anytime soon. But it's like it's fun to think about. Oh fuck off. Okay, cool. I'm an idiot. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's just a really tough one to do. Like, is Jeff like number 4 or 5 on that list? I guess he would. like he would kind of have to be, right? But I think would Jordan be above Jeff? Because like it's like, yeah, I mean, I don't know. I would have to put a lot of thought into that. Because like while Jordan was obviously playing to give to Jeff the win on that season, it's like she does technically make it further than him. She does still have a chance of, like, she probably does win the game if she gets to the end by the time of the final four. Yeah, she definitely wins, right? If she gets to the end against anybody or Rachel, and even against Rachel, she probably wins. I mean, she gets the votes of Danielle, Kalia, and all that, in that group. So, yeah, I mean, like, Jordan was in the perfect position to win the game when she gets to the end of the game. Yeah, because in any scenario where she's not in the end against Rachel, she gets Rachel, Brendan, Jeff, Shelly, right? Well, actually, no, she's not. Shelly's not guaranteed. So I guess it's not, like, it's not a lock. Yeah, it's not a lock, but either way, it's like she was in a very good position to win the game. But again, none of that was active, though. Or at least very little of that was active. Like, she does do good work for Kalia.
Hold on. Damn peasants. Come with me.
I mean, to be honest, that's oh, fuck off. That's something I was thinking about. It's like, where does Adam land? It's like, I don't know. Like, it's not high, obviously, but it's like, is he, like, bottom of the barrel, or is he, like, I don't know. I really don't know. Like, I mean, obviously he's above, like, Lawan. He's above Keith. He's probably above Cassie. I mean, at that point, it's like, I think I really need to think about it. Because, like, the thing is, like, Adam doesn't win in any scenario, right? I think if Adam had a winning scenario, then he would, like, I would probably put him, like, 4, 5, 6 on the list. But it's like, he has no winning scenario. So it's like, at that point, it's like, where do I really end up putting him there? When he had no chance of winning the game. Ah, shit. Okay, cool. Does Adam win against Portia? I thought... okay, wait a minute. Let's think about this. Brendan... No, I think Portia wins. But he does get votes, though. Yeah, because Brendan and Rachel, I think, vote Portia. You got Danielle and Kalia vote Portia. That's already enough. Yeah, I think Adam gets Jordan, Jeff for sure, and then possibly Shelly. So yeah, it's 4-3, but I do think Portia wins. Do you think... No, there's no way Kalia votes for Adam over Portia.
Error lies in her Spanish blood. I know it.
Like, she was like, wasn't she like, I mean, first off, like, she was very close to Portia by the end of that season, but also, like, wasn't she very angry at Adam for not using the veto at the final 5?
You should tell her that, the high and mighty Duquesa. Putana! I have changed my mind.
I really don't get why the veto's not used more often in the final 5. Like, that's something I've been thinking about too. It's like, in the final 5 scenario where, like, the person that's not on the block wins the veto, it's like, why is that not... Like, why is the person that win the veto there not using the veto a lot more often? Because it's such an easy move to make to add to your resume. Like, I mean, we recently saw that in BB Can 9 where Brayden doesn't use the veto to put Kiefer on the block. It's like, that's such a perfect spot to do that and put, like, a massive thing on his resume of he got rid of Kiefer, like the biggest jury threat in the game. But instead he's like talking about, oh, I need to not use the veto to get rid of Beth because Beth is, well, it's like, again, the move is to get rid of Kiefer. And I love it, like, that's the thing, and, like, I saw that on, again, I talked about earlier with RGP getting hated on because they ranked Brayden low, and, like, one of these posts, like, listing all the things Brayden did, it's like, he got rid of Beth, it's like, but that was bad. Like, what do you mean he got rid of Beth? Like, that was a bad move. Like, I think it is funny, like, there's a lot of people on Twitter that, like, and really, I mean, obviously just people in general, but, like, you see it a lot on Twitter, like, these people that can't disassociate, likability with, like, in terms of, like, people that they like with the games that they played. because again, like, I like Brayden. Like, I think Brayden is a pretty, like, likable person. He is, has some entertaining, like, again, he's, like, someone that, I don't think he, like, really was as entertaining as he could have been on the season, but, like, I feel like he's someone that, like, I wouldn't be opposed, okay, cool, to seeing his, like, character again, but it's like he did not play well. Actually, can I just do this? I'm an idiot. I could just called my assassins. Wait, where the fuck did he go? He went the other way. Oh, okay, well, I'm fucked. And, or not? Come on. Okay, no, that's not what I wanted to do. Okay, this is going terribly. Yeah, I see that more, there's more stuff in the chat, but again, I'm trying to get through this first because I don't want to be stuck here for forever. Come on, where is he? He's on top, isn't he? Unless he's within sight now. That was a waste of time. I don't know why I bothered doing that. We're probably going to desync now because I did that. Oh no. We're about to desync. Ooh, we made it through that. I'm surprised we made it through that. Okay. Come on. Okay. But yeah, I mean, like, other situations, again, you have, was it? Again, like, as I said, BB13, Adam, doesn't use the veto there. Like, I don't know how beneficial it really was. Like, I mean, again, like, I don't think Adam wins the game in any scenario anyway. So it's like, it doesn't really do much. Like, even if he uses the veto there and gets rid of, Jordan. But again, like, getting rid of Jordan wasn't really in his best interest. As I feel like Jordan's someone that's more likely to take him to the end than Kalia or Portia. Well, that, right? It doesn't matter. Like, it really doesn't. But, like, BB-8 isn't the other situation that comes to mind right away, where it's like, how does Zach not use the veto at the final 5 there? Like, why is he actively going to the end? I mean, obviously that was a double eviction. I just think he simply probably just didn't even think of it. But, how are you not using the veto in that situation? No, are you serious? I fucking had that. Oh, no. He was, like, right there, and of course I had to fuck up the jump. This is so sad that this is taking me this long. Like, how long have I been doing this for? There we go. That was terrible. Okay. Now let's look at chat. There's a chance against Rachel. I don't think so. I mean, maybe. Maybe if Shelly decides to go for Adam, but I don't think so, though. Because I think against Rachel, I still think Jeff and Jordan vote Rachel. I think Brennan obviously votes Rachel, and then if she still has Shelly, then she wins. And even then, I think Danielle and Kalia have both said that they would have voted for Rachel over Adam. Or at least I'm pretty... Actually, maybe that isn't the case. Yeah, maybe that isn't the case, actually. I forgot, actually. But either way, it's like, I feel like she still has at least 4. Yeah, and then Portia. Portia's voting for Rachel. Portia's not voting for Adam. So she definitely has at least 4. Beth was maybe hated by the jury. I don't think we've gotten confirmation. It's kind of a weird circumstance where it's like, we know that certain people had respect for Beth's game, in Tina, and obviously Jed did. So I mean, like, she had 2 votes probably if she gets the end against anyone but Kiefer. But it's like, how does the rest of the jury feel? Like, we know that Ro and Vic weren't pro Beth coming out of the game, but they did talk positively about her afterwards, like in the okay, I'm an idiot. In the jury segments. And then, like, but then coming out of the game, like, if Ty's on the jury, he's not voting for Beth. If Brayden's probably not super pro Beth. Yeah, I mean, like, I think more than likely Beth would lose in most scenarios. But I think there's a chance, though, that she wins. I don't think it's, like, out of the realm possibility. Alright, let's just kill her, so I'm just gonna let myself die. I just think it's quicker. Brayden put all of his eggs in one basket and can recover. Yeah, I mean, yeah. It's like, I mean, I think he put all of his eggs in the Austin. I mean, I think this is the thing about Brayden. Is, again, like, people say that he's so social, but then, like, he really he spends all of his time with Austin when Austin's in the game. When Austin leaves, he decides to spend all of his time with the trio. And this is another thing people, like, were talking about. Oh, he infiltrated the trio. He was, like, that was another thing I saw on Twitter. Like, saying that, he infiltrated the majority power structures. Like, no. Like, they wanted him out. Like, they were annoyed that he was, like, always spending time with them. And they were going to backdoor him, like, until the last second there. If, oh my god, we broke more of our armor. But, until the last second there with Kiefer in the final 7 round. Like, the plan for the week before, like, the entire week before the veto was to backdoor Brayden. And it's like, if it wasn't for Jed being Jed, then, like, that probably would have happened. Like, Ty was even willing to let go of Brayden during that week. Like, I mean, again, like, I can talk forever about how passive Brayden was in the game. Yeah, that's the one thing I think Brayden does good in picking Ty. I think, but then again, like, I don't know how much strategic credit to really give him there, in the sense that it's like he genuinely liked Ty. Like, he obviously, like, was hoping for a romantic relationship with Ty, and through that, it's like, I don't know how much, like, real credit to give him for that. When like, I don't think he was, like, actively picking Ty because he thinks Ty is someone that's gonna be willing to take him to the end. I think he's picking Ty because he just was in love with Ty. So, yeah. I don't get why people don't like Zach from BBA. It reminds me of, yeah, I mean, he seems like this, like, big nerdy, like, I mean, he seems like this, like, nerdy guy that's, like, he's a bit doofusy. I mean, he's, like, I know, like, everyone on the cast hated him, right? Like, the entire, like, cast just did not get along with him for whatever reason. Again, like, I didn't watch BB8 feeds. Like, so, like, I don't know exactly, like, the ins and outs of everything, but it's like, it just seemed like at least that majority alliance, like, I forgot what they were named, the late night crew, is that what it was? Something like that? Yeah, Dick, Danielle, Eric, Amber, Jessica, and Dustin, and Jamaica. It's like that contingent just seemed to not like Zach for most of the season. And yeah, I mean, I don't fully know why, but it's like, at the end of the day, it's like, you kind of, I mean, you still have to fault him for not. But again, this is talking about him as a player. Again, like, I mean, like, as a figure on the season, like, he's not good TV. But, like, I didn't dislike the guy. Like, I've never, like, I would have rather had, I mean, I would have rather had Zach win to a degree, but, like, obviously Dick winning is, like, the better story. Especially for the story that they were trying to set up. But, is this Duccio? Yeah, it is. Okay. But, yeah, I mean, like, I think if I were to be watching the season now, I would probably be rooting for Zach win at that point, at the time of the final 3.
Living in this third-rate city instead of beautiful Firenze?
Yeah, he was allied with Kale. I mean, greatest player of all time, Kale. Greatest player of all time, Mike Dutz, or whatever his name is. Aligned with Nick. I mean, Obviously, all the great
Oh, we
players on
are
that
only
season.
talking, are we not? I see this place has worked its magic on your sister. She did not want to open her legs in Firenze, but now she is the Madame
Yeah, it's like, is
of
Mike
Rome.
one of the worst players?
Cazzo!
Carol's probably worse, right? On BB-8.
Him!
I mean, probably. To be fair, Joe's pretty bad too. So okay, never mind. But Mike's pretty bad. Like Mike is the type of person that like should be doing very well in Big Brother, but he ends up. Oh wait, I'm not supposed to kill him. I'm an idiot. Yeah, Mike's the type of person that should do very well in Big Brother, but then he just doesn't. Like, he aligns with the wrong people, and then also, like, pisses off Dick to the point where Dick's like, screw it, I'm gonna put you on the block. When, like, he should have been safe that week.
But that does not mean Firenze will take you back.
Like, that's pretty bad. Dude, I think that's one of those things where it's like his game is worse than he is as a player. Like, even though I have no confidence in like his strategic ability in the game or anything, it's like he probably wouldn't be the worst player in the world, even though his game on that season is very bad.
Dirty Roman.
And yeah, it's kind of inaccurate when I say like player ranking when I talk about individual season, because when I do player ranking for individual season, it's actually really ranking the games they played on that season more so than them as players. Because I feel like, again, that's like two radically different topics.
Your father intended to be one of us, but we all knew you were outsiders.
Yeah, like but like I feel like Zach like must have done something wrong. Like, it wasn't just that he was aligned with Kale. It's like yes, Kale wasn't liked and everything, but it's like I feel like there must have been something else that. Because, like, it's not like it was just from the beginning and they started to grow on it. It's not like in, like, an Evil Dick sort of situation. Or not Evil Dick, Dr. Whale situation. Where, like, they hated him at first, but then they started to grow on him as the season went on. It's like, they just hated him, like, pretty much the entire way. And, like, really, it's like, Dick and Danielle were, like, the only people that actually, like, give him the time of day. Like, when Eric, again, this player that, yeah, I've talked up Eric Stein's game so much, but I do think that's one of his biggest failings is not trying to align with Zach until it was like literally the last second and he was right out the door. And obviously by that point it's like, why is Duccio running? Because, I mean, it's Duccio.
How should I know?
Plus, I'm pretty sure he's supposed to do that. I think AI-wise they want this to be like a dragged-out fight, so I'm pretty sure, like, after you hit him, like, after you do a certain amount of damage, they make him run away. So you have to catch up to him again and then do the same thing. What is this one? Is this the... Okay, yeah, this is the dumb one where you can't be detected, right? Or maybe it's not the one I'm thinking of. No, actually, that's not. I think that's the next one.
Where is Marco? He was to come here after examining another Da Vinci painting near the Vaticano. Imagine. Once we open the temple, the true Renaissance will be upon us, and the teachings of Hermes will be known to all men. Patience,
okay.
brothers. Soon
Fair
we
enough.
will reveal the secrets of this painting.
Come on. Okay, cool. That was obviously perfect. Fuck me, man. Yeah, this is a idea that I haven't like thought through at all though. But I know down the road I'm going to be doing a final juror ranking for Big Brother, and that's like literally an idea that I put zero thought into at this point. Like, who is the best final juror in Big Brother history? Like, just like thinking through them real quick, it's like Monica, no. I mean, it's probably Jason Guy, right? Trying to think. Robert, no. Diane's fine, but I think Jason Guy's like well above her. You got Janelle, BB6, no. Janelle, BB7, no. You got Zach, no. You got Sheila, no. I mean, is Jason really the only top tier one? I'm sure it's not the case moving forward, but it's like... I feel like Jason, like Diana, are the only two, like, decent ones earlier on. Which is kind of weird, because, like, I feel like with, the Fallen Angel person is usually, like, on Survivor in the earlier seasons is usually, like, the you should have won person. Like, you had, like, Rob Cesternino, you had Lex, you had Kathy, you had, Rudy, who, like, didn't play a great game, but it's like, he was the well-liked person. Like, it's kind of weird how, it's not really the case with Big Brother. I mean, but then again, I guess, like, Monica was, like, kind of, like, a figure like that in Big Brother 2, at least in terms of popularity and stuff. And technically, Robert would have won if he got to the end, right? So, I mean, I guess it is the case, kind of. And yeah, Janelle, actually, I guess I'm wrong. I'm completely wrong. I just didn't think that through. But, yeah, never mind. Yeah, BB10, Jerry, no. BB11 is Kevin. Kevin's high. Kevin's pretty high up there. Jason's still above him, but I think Kevin is pretty high.
Buongiorno. Have you ladies heard
BB12
of an arguing somewhere in
Enzo.
the city?
It's fine.
With just enough time to visit you.
How do I not remember that Claudia was in this? Wait. This makes no sense timeline-wise, doesn't it? Or is that after? Actually, no, I think it's fine. Never mind. Because Claudia, like, ends up leaving the courtesans, and Rosa takes over for her at some point. I forgot what year that is, though. I think it is after 1506. So I guess it is fine.
I knew I could count on you.
See. Some of my girls will accompany me. Buona fortuna, and don't get caught.
Yeah, I mean, Janelle could have won. I mean, Janelle wins against... I mean, Janelle definitely wins against Erica in All-Stars. She loses to Will, and she loses to Boogie, but... Or at least I think so. I haven't, like... I mean, like, yeah, she loses, right? If she's against... Yeah, because if she's... Well, actually, Will is maybe a question mark, but if she's against Boogie, Boogie gets Erica, Danielle, James... And who's the vote that I'm missing? Chicken George. Actually, no, Chicken George might go Janelle in that situation. I don't know. Yeah, actually, maybe it's closer than I thought. Yeah, I think actually both scenarios are closer than I thought. Because, yeah, actually, I think Boogie versus Janelle, it's like, I think Chicken George's vote is a lot closer, while Will against Janelle, I feel like Chicken George is probably more leaning towards Will in that scenario. But even that's not guaranteed. But then I also feel like there was another vote that flips. Oh, Erica isn't as locked in on Boogie, or isn't as locked in on Will as she is Boogie. But then again, I still think she leans Will. Yeah, I mean, I guess it is actually a lot closer. But still, I mean, like, overall, in terms of her game, it was still not good. I mean, almost entirely on... I mean, she was, what, immune for every week but, like, 2? Because of comp wins? Or maybe 3. Because, what, she was HOH week 1. She didn't win anything week 2 or 3. And then week 4, she was HOH. Week 5, she won veto. Week 6, she, I assume, was HOH. Yeah, it was HOH at the final 9. And then she was not immune at the final 8, and that was the last time, right? And then from that point on, she wins out until the final 3. Yeah, does she ever win HOH and veto in the same week? I don't think so, right? Like, she just gets really lucky in winning HOHs when she needs to. Like, winning HOH, then veto, HOH, then veto. But again, obviously, a very luck-dependent game there. No. Yeah, this is the mission I was thinking of earlier, where I was like, it's not good. And they're not fun. Because you have to remain undetected, I believe. Yeah, back to Punchers. Again, Adam, no, obviously. Danielle Murphy now. Spencer's not the worst in the world, but like again, like when I'm ranking their games, it probably isn't the highest. Like it's not a great game. Victoria, I mean, come on. Oh, Vanessa. I forgot about Vanessa. Yeah, I completely forgot about Vanessa. Yeah, Vanessa would... Well, actually, would Vanessa be number one? It's Vanessa or Jason, right? At that point, 18 is James, so no. Christmas, BB19, no. JC would be relatively high, but not number one or anything. Like, then Nicole, no, and then Nicole again, no. Well, different Nicole, but yeah, so it probably would be Vanessa or Jason. I think in terms of game, it probably would be Vanessa. Okay, I just fucked that up. I don't know though. Yeah, it would be Vanessa. Now I'm thinking about it, because Vanessa wins in more scenarios. And also, was a lot more individual in the game. I don't know. I might change my mind on that though. And that's the thing, like, again, so many of my, like, placements on lists are not secure. Like, even when I make these videos, it's like, by the time the videos even come out, I'm sure I've, like, changed a position or two on something. Fuck off. Okay, I'm not even gonna bother doing it anymore. I'm not gonna bother, stealth-assassinating the guy at the top. It's not even worth it. Alright, let's try this again. Okay. There we go. Let's not bother that guy. Okay, I think I know what we should do. If I'm not an idiot. Okay, maybe I am an idiot because I didn't realize that was the case. Okay, cool. Perfect, perfect, perfect.
All yours.
Yeah. Come on. Perfect. Alright,
The invitation is not here.
I will deliver it to Signore.
who's an all-star but not a legend? Oh shit. Oh, I wasn't paying attention. Shit. I mean, like, I don't know. I feel like it's kind of a weird question. Just because it's like, I feel like there's a lot of people that are all-stars but not legends. Okay, well, this is going disastrously. I might as well start over at this point, I think. Actually, maybe we could. No, we're not going to catch up to him by the time. Yeah, let's just, whatever. Just fail it on purpose. I mean, and also, it matters what you consider legend. Like, I think if they were doing, like, a BB Legend season, like, I think Jason Guy would be a legend on a BB Legend season. I think it's, like, again, I think it's really just, determining on what you look at as, a legend, what you could look at as an all-star. It's... Fuck what? Fuck off. Okay, whatever. Let's... Okay. I think we got this. Maybe. No. Thank you. I think we got it. I think we got it. Maybe not. Okay, yeah, we did get it. Wait, do we go now? I don't remember. Oh, we have the escape. Okay. Well, I'm an idiot then. Come on, just stop. Alright. Alright, so, fuck, we're making, like, really slow progress, aren't we? Like, I thought we'd be through this by now, time-wise. We've been, what, playing Da Vinci's Disappearance for, what, like a... actually, maybe not. It's only been an hour and 15 minutes. Still, we still have, like, 3 more missions left, I think. With that last mission being decently long. Alright. Cool. There we go.
Come with me. Once we get inside, I will mark the paintings for you to steal. Bring them to Leonardo's.
Yeah, I'm trying to just think about that question. It's like, who would really... He's like, yeah, I think it's, I think, like, most people that are legends, like, you would... Well, I guess you're asking for the opposite. Yeah, because at that point, it's like, yeah, it's like, like, there's a lot of people that are, like, all-stars, but not legends. And then the other way around, it's like, well, if you're a legend, you're probably an all-star also, so it's like, yeah.
Oh, my. Come back soon.
Yeah, I just think that, like, the term legend is always, like, just kind of arbitrary. Because it's like, it's very much just up to the person that's, like, defining it. Because, like, there's no real because, like, when I think of legend, I think of someone that's, like, played for, like, that played a while back, right? Like, I think, like, it's tough to, like, consider, like, someone like a Cody Calafiore as a BB legend when he just played and he just won and everything. Yeah, that's it. Like, Big Brother, I just feel like there's less opportunities for returnees. And through that, it's, like, also, like, tougher to really, like, base legacies off of the, like, anything more than, like, one season with, Big Brother. Considering so many people have only had one time to play. And I think some people's, like, some one-time players have bigger legacies than some people who have played multiple times.
I have not seen an Annunciation from this angle before.
There it is.
The composition suffers, I feel. The light of God is not properly expressed. It does not move me.
Like, I think, like, Vanessa Russo has a bigger legacy than, like, Nicole Anthony. Like, I mean, I think, like, obviously Derek has one of the biggest legacies out there, and he's only a one-time player at this point. So, I mean, yeah, it's like, how am I supposed to do this again? I don't even remember how I'm supposed to do this. Like, I haven't played Da Vinci's Disappearance that much, actually. I think this is only, like, maybe the 4th time I've played this. Again, fourth is still a lot, obviously, but, like, in comparison to, like, the 25 probably times I've played Brotherhood in general. Yeah, that's what I thought. There's courtesans here. There we go. Get this string for basing off their games. I mean, again, like, if we're quantifying, like, a I mean, if we're basing it off their games, I would say Jason Guy is a legend. Like, based on the game he played. Like, I mean, ideally, yeah, he would return again and have a second good run, too. But it's like, with Big Brother, it's just not something that happens very often. It's like, again, like, are we, like, saying that June Song's not a legend because she's only played once? Are we saying that, like, Derek doesn't have the opportunity to be a legend because he's only played once? I mean, I guess Jason Guy is, like, I guess there is more of an argument with Jason Guy in the fact that, like, obviously he has a more dominant, or at least a more dominant in terms of, like, how they're perceived, like partner in Daniel Reyes, who gets a lot of who, again, the public gives a lot more of the credit to for their games. So I don't know. I mean, like for me, I would consider Jason Guy a legend, but I mean, I think like if we're looking at like would the general BB community consider him a legend? Probably not. I mean, I don't know. I think they would. I mean, I don't know. I think it's like, yeah, it's just a like really weird thing. Yeah, like, I mean, I think like again, like if you were to do a legend season of Big Brother, like I think Jason Guy would be in contention for that. Like I think like when I'm thinking of like people that would be in contention for legend season, like I think for BB2, I think you got like Will, Boogie, potentially a Hardy and Nicole. Beyond that, I think we're good. And even then, like, Hardy, probably not at this point. And even Nicole's, like, I think the problem is that they're both, like, kind of forgotten about, I feel like, in modern history. It's like, when you, in modern history, like, the modern day, it's like if you, ask any given, like, a random Twitter Big Brother fan, like, I don't think they care about Nicole or Hardy. Again, like BB3, I think Jason, I think Daniel Reyes, possibly Elisa. Again, gameplay-wise, like not Marcellus, but like character-wise, Marcellus. Yeah, I mean, I think that's probably it for BB3. Again, like I think like someone like a Roddy is an underrated player, but like not really someone that would be a legend. Just doesn't have a big enough legacy or anything. And even then, like, it didn't play good enough. Like, he's not that good to where he's a legend of the game. Again, BB4, June and Allison, and I think that's probably it. BB5, debatably Drew. I just don't think his legacy is big enough. Like, I think gameplay-wise, yes. I don't think legacy, like, in terms of, popularity. So, oh, I'm an idiot. It's down here. I don't know why I even did this. Yeah, it's this. I forgot what mission I was doing. But then Diane. And then Nokomis, based on legacy, based on gameplay, no. I don't feel like. But based on legacy, yes. And then that's probably it, right? BB6, I don't think anyone makes a game. Oh, I mean, Maggie, debatably, gameplay-wise. I think that's about it. From a gameplay standpoint. Character-wise, again, obviously Janelle, Howie, Kaser, James. Oh, wait, the guards can... Wow, I didn't know that. The guards can survive falling into... hay bale. That blew my mind. I'm trying to think. Even like, actually, that's probably it. Yeah, that's probably it. Just the case. Essentially, the people that were on All Stars plus Maggie. I think that's it for BB6. BB8. I mean, again, Dick, Danielle. Again, but that's legacy. Again, that's legacy. Gameplay wise, like Dick's not making it, obviously. Danielle is debatable. I still think Danielle is just someone that has potential, but like never actually lives up to it. I think, and Eric Stein to a degree. Again, like I don't think he has the legacy, but I think he has the gameplay. BB9, I don't think anyone has either of them. Yeah, I like Adam. I mean, I don't know if that's the best phrasing of that, but like, I mean, like Adam is like an interesting figure, and like if there was like a BB Legend season, I would not be opposed to seeing Adam back. But it's like realistically, I don't think anyone from BB9's a legend. BB10, obviously Dan. debatably Memphis at this point. Probably not Legend. I feel like that's still stretching it for Memphis. But I think Memphis is a really good player at this. Like, I think we can say that Memphis is a really good player at this point. Yeah, I wish Eric was on BB11. But I think he would have been a brain, right? And then that wouldn't have worked out. Like, I'm still surprised that like they should have just made BB11 half and half at that point. At the point where you're getting like 4 returnees, like to be in consideration to come back. It's like, why aren't we just doing like a half and half season? Like, I know a lot of people don't like half and half seasons, or like even a captain season or whatever. Like anything. Like I'm surprised they just didn't do that at that point. Again, like obviously, like it's not ideal to have like returning players versus newbies, but it's like they're gonna do it anyway. It's like I'm surprised they just didn't do it there. Then I guess they didn't really like fully do it until BB13, but still. But yeah, I'm trying to think, like, when was... Well, I guess Paul was the last time, right? That we had a newbie with a... Or had a returnee with a newbie cast. Yeah, it was Paul, and then we had BB18. 17 was all... Yeah, actually, yeah, 15, 16, and 17 were all newbie casts. Yeah, I think just in general... I would say, I think Big Bird Production just in general likes newbie casts. Or rather, just have a newbie cast. I'm still actually surprised that we got an all-star season for 22. It sucks that it turned out the way it did, but I'm still surprised we actually even got it.
Have you found anything?
Actually, I didn't even pay attention. What did
Nothing.
Survivor... See, RGP. Oh, Marquesas was number 22 on RGP's Survivor ranking.
These paintings are
How is Africa still there? I haven't been listening to the podcast. I just don't have the time to catch up to all of them. But like I've been like looking at like what the ranking is every week. Like it's surprising to me that like how is Karamoan so high? Like how did Karamoan get to like 30 or whatever it was on that the RGP season ranking?
Use your gift.
You know about that too?
All right, let's see how quickly we can get through this puzzle. Sometimes I get it like really quickly. Sometimes I fuck it up really bad. So let's see how this one goes. Shit, where's it? I think it's here, isn't it? No? Oh, yeah, that's something I haven't talked about. So I have been playing the stock watch for RJP. I've been playing since like for a while, but yeah, ever since they had the website and everything. Oh shit! There's no one. Oh, there's 3. And I was so close to winning this season. It's so frustrating. I was so close. Like I was literally 1 cent behind the leaders at a point. Like there was a point where there was like 5 people tied for first place. I was in 6th place, 1 cent behind them, and that's because I went in on row, I think, with my extra money 1 week, and through the end of being really behind, but then I gained money back the next week to the point where, like, again, I was like only 1 cent behind. It's so frustrating. And then, like, if I had been in that position where, like, I had been tied, like, I would have played differently to the point where I probably would have won, I think. Especially considering how this final round played out. Because even in this final round, even after losing half my money, on the week that Tina went home, I still ended up in 14th place. Because I decided to not go in on anybody in the finale. Which essentially guaranteed that I couldn't win. But I actually got bumped up like 21 spots, I think.
Everything found.
Because like everyone at the top did go in on people. So yeah, like if I was already in first place, I would have won. Like it's funny, like Taryn, I believe Taryn was in first before that, and I think if Taryn had not gone in on anybody he would have won. Like he would have won, but because he went in on somebody and lost, then he lost the game. So it's kind of ironic, all that. Wait, what? Oh, there it is. Yeah, I was so close to winning. It's really irritating.
You have finished with that.
I just wish Big Brother brought back good players as vets, such as Amanda.
They seem to fit together.
Draw them already.
Yeah, I mean, I wish Amanda was back too. Problem is that she's Amanda, and that she did not. She said some very questionable things at points.
Show me the end.
I think at that, and I think with just the stigma around BB-15, they were just. I think they don't bring back anyone from BB-15 with the exception of Alyssa ever.
Missing parts will not be needed.
Johnny Mac. I mean, like Johnny Mac's. Like I've always been like unsure of like how good of a player is Johnny Mac actually. Like I think he has the potential to be one, but it's like I don't feel like he ever actually. Play that. I mean, like it's weird because like he was obviously in a position to where he wins if he gets to the end, or at least he more than likely wins. I guess it's not like a guarantee. That's not it. Well, I guess this isn't even necessarily. This is the bottom, isn't it? Yeah. Oh, it's this. That's not it. Yeah, let's see how quickly I can get through this puzzle. Like again, like typically I'm good at these sort of puzzles, but like for some reason this one like really fucks me up because it's like you're missing so many pieces in the middle. And also like you don't have all the pieces like right in front of you, like they're all like scattered in here. So it's like by the time you actually see all the pieces, it's kind of fucked. That's not it. That's not it. I don't think that's it either, but whatever. Oh yeah, that is it, actually. Whatever. Wait. Here? No. Either way. And like these middle pieces are fucked. That's not it. The 3 lines. Where are the 3 lines here? Well, again, that's not in the right spot, though. Oh, wait, this is a side piece. Yeah, there we go. Well, I mean, I need to remember that this isn't in the right spot either. That's not there. Fuck. I think that's there then. That's there. Oh. No. Shit. No, I'm not gonna get it. God damn it. Oh well. Relatively close though. Where are these 2 pieces? Oh wait, there. And then it's this, isn't it? Damn it, I was so close. Whatever. Yeah, I mean, for 18, I'm trying to think, like, 18, we obviously had Frank, Nicole, Davon, James. Like, I think coming into that season, they weren't going for good players, though, right? Which I guess that's what you're saying, is that you wish they went for good players. Yeah, but I mean, I think that's the thing, is that you gotta realize, like, casting is casting. Like, that they're not going, like, that they don't actually care necessarily, like, who's a good player. Like, I think there's an element to that, especially nowadays. I feel like nowadays they're definitely more apt to do it, but it's like, even if someone is the greatest player in the world, if they're not good TV, or don't bring anything to the table, like, TV-wise, then they're not going to bring it back. Or if they're problematic to any sort of degree, like Amanda is, then they're not going to bring them back. Johnny Mac does blow my mind, though. How has Johnny Mac not been back? Like, that's insane to me. I think he's even, like, hasn't he said that he didn't even get the call for BB-22? Like, that's insane. That, Johnny Mac, is just, like, kind of forgotten about by production at this point. Especially because they still, don't they still use him in, like some of these, like, random comps that, involves, fuck. Okay, whatever. Like, player pictures and stuff. It's like, is he like a McRae figure to them now? Like, it's really weird. Because, like, I feel like McRae's in the same spot where it's like they always like mention McRae and they show McRae, but it's like I feel like they never actually have like they're not never actually thinking about bringing McRae actually back. Yeah, like Donnie never got called. That's mind blowing. But even then, like, I don't need to see Donnie again personally. Like, I mean, like, it'll be like I'll be fine with it. Like, I think he should have gotten the call. The fact that he didn't, fuck, I accidentally hit the thing. But the fact that he didn't is mind blowing. But it's like, I think Johnny Mac is the more egregious choice there, though. It's like, how has Johnny Mac not been a returnee at this point? I mean, then obviously, like, BB-18 and BB-22 were the only opportunities. And, like, BB-18, they obviously went with James and Devon, and, yeah, I mean, I think Devon was, like, a good enough choice for that. I mean, like, again, like, you don't want to get the best of the best. Like, for a season like that, captain season, you don't want the, I mean, I guess technically they kind of did that in BB-14, and it kind of worked out for them to a degree. But I think typically for a captain season like that, you don't want to get the best players in the world, because you don't want them to just completely outclass the newbies. So again, I think having the tier players that they did for BB-18 isn't the worst in the world. Again, I would have made different choices. Again, like Johnny Mac over James. Nicole Franzel was a fine choice. Frank is debatable. I was a big Frank fan of BB-14. And I was like super excited to see him back for BB-18. Obviously now in retrospect, it's like, it probably would have been better if we didn't see him back. But yeah, I mean, not the worst choice in the world either. I think it's the James pick for me. That's like, I did not need to see James back. I still can't believe James won fan favorite. Yeah, I know that. It's like, that's what's even weirder about it. It's like, why not? Like, I mean, again, Amanda was problematic, but it's like, it would have made more sense if it was Amanda. Yeah, they all got 7th place. I knew that at the time. But then, like, they didn't fully go through with that.
You who arrested Cesare Borgia, who stopped the spread of Roman ignorance, convince our friend Leonardo to open the temple and usher in the golden age of mankind.
I mean, like, I think that, like, on BB-18, yeah, like, Frank came in 7th place. Nicole came in 7th place after she had come back and got voted out again, but still 7th place. James got 7th place. Then, yeah, Devon got, what, 16th place on BB-17? It would have made more sense if it was Amanda, because Amanda got 7th place on BB-15. It would have literally been all the 7th place finishers for the last 4 seasons, which would have made a lot more sense thematically and stuff like that. I mean, again, like, who cares about the 7th place person on a season? But at least it would have, like, made more sense, like, why they picked the people that they picked. But, whatever, I guess.
Tell me!
Okay, that wasn't bad. How would you feel if they made a captain coach season where they stay coaches instead of becoming players? I'm fine. I'm fine with that. I mean, it's not like a thing I need to see happen, but I wouldn't be opposed to it. Yeah, I mean, I think you need a... Well, yeah, I don't know how it would work, actually.
You, an assassin? The enemy of knowledge?
One must choose to
I think it would probably be better if it's like a 2-team format, though, instead of 4.
These lost people.
I think you need 2-team, probably cast of 14. But I mean, again, like when we're talking about BBUS, they're just not going to do that. Like we're talking about BB Can, I think it's theoretically possible. Because I think that, especially now, BB Can having a 14-person cast this late season, and also even just before that, they were more willing to have like 15-person, like lower than 16. But I think current BBUS is always going to have 16, which I think at that point it's like, I mean, 2 teams of 8. I mean, I guess you can do 2 teams of 8, but it's like, I don't know.
Not without reaching the final room of the temple.
You are hurt.
I will be fine. If that number is left intact, we risk another madman discovering it.
Yeah, I mean, like, I'm not opposed to the idea. Actually, I thought that's what I Am the Idols was going to be when that theme got announced. I thought it was going to be Sandra and Rob leading their tribes and whatever, but that didn't end up happening. Which, mind you, I think it works better for Big Brother than it would Survivor. I mean, not necessarily theoretically, but like, at least, I think in terms of like airtime and all that sort of thing, it would work out better for Big Brother than Survivor. Where I think Survivor, it would turn into a similar situation with Survivor South Africa Champions. Mind you, that was like, they decided that for some reason, ask 2 athletes that knew nothing about Survivor to lead the 2 tribes, and through that they got like all the airtime on the season. Imagine Paul not on BB19. I think Cody dominated the game with just by his side. Yeah, actually, I thought about doing like a what if sort of video on that. I mean, the thing is, like, I haven't like fully formed that idea though, but because like I think once I'm like doing what ifs of like entire seasons, it's like that's where it gets kind of ridiculous, right? It's like there's so much that could be in flux. But yeah, I think at least in off the bat, yeah, Cody dominates with Jess. And then, like, it's, what, Cody, Jess, Mark, Elena, Raven, Matt. Like, that's the core 6. And then, Dominique's on their side. They have, who else was on their side? I don't remember anymore. Anyway, like, Alex and Jason would have been on the outs. I mean, to be fair, it plays out the same as that first week before Cody backdoored Paul. And then messed that up. Yeah, that's the thing, like, I remember, like, when BB19, when the cast was announced, like, everyone was talking about how this looks like a great cast. And it's really like Paul just kind of ruined everything. Or ruined all the potential for it. To be honest, I think if you look at the quality of player on that cast, with the exception of,
easy for you to say,
of Paul, like, I think at that point we're getting like a BB Can 9-esque cast. And like, there's no way that like Jess and Cody are steamrolling that season. Like, they're not good enough players to do that, I don't think. Yeah, I mean, like, out of that group, like, who's the best player there? Like, is it Mark? Like, yeah, Cody, Jess, Mark, Elena, the other 2, Matt and Raven. It's like, I feel like the best player there is probably Mark, which isn't saying much. Like, I don't think Mark's a good player, but I think that I mean, actually, no, Elena is the best player there. I think in terms of, yeah, I think Elena's probably the best player there, but I think she was too passive, though. Yeah, I mean, to us, it really doesn't matter either way, but.
We must continue onward.
Yeah, how's Mark not been on the challenge, by the way? That's another thing. Like, he's been in the running for a while, and he was even in the running for this season, I believe, and again, they just didn't pick him. It's like, he just seems like the perfect sort of person to be on the challenge, especially when, like, he's been in the, casting pool for a while. He was on X on the Beach with Elena. It's like, how are you not putting Mark on the challenge. What time is it? Actually, it's gotta be late, right? It's 2:40. Oh no. I do work tomorrow too. Might be not until later in the day, so it should be fine. But still. Yeah, I mean, as I said, we're probably gonna end stream after we finish this, which is not too far from now. Actually, I don't know, what time are we at again? We're 3:14. Okay, yeah, we probably will. We're over 3 hours. By the time we finish this, it'll probably be like past the 2:25 mark or so. So I don't know. I kind of want to do the Christina memories still, just because like they are relevant. How long will they take though? They won't take that long. Maybe we will do those. We'll see. I'm not that tired right now. Like at least like I feel like I can go for another hour. But we'll see. Cool. Let's go here. Yeah, like what is a BB19 player ranking? Like, I mean, obviously Paul's number 1, but it's like beyond that, it's like I think it's tough. I mean, is Josh actually number 2? Like, I think Josh might actually be number 2. As sad as that might be. It's like, because like who else would be there? I mean, like Christmas. I think Josh and Christmas like would be like, unless I'm forgetting someone, because like Kevin's not there. Alex isn't there. Like Alex is not one of these people that's like kind of like, again, like BBUS typically shows things relatively accurately, but Alex is one of these people that like they showed in so much more positive of a light than what she really was on the show, or than she was on the feeds, where she was very just really a negative presence on the feeds, but also like had so many bad reads on the game. And with I think like Haley is another person that like comes to mind that he did a similar thing with, Haley from BB20.
Only one final room before we reach the center.
Yeah, so like I think like Josh at least like one was aligned with the person that did dominate the game. He actively did things to undercut that person that ends up giving him the win. Again, like I do think there's some luck within that, but it's like it's like because like I do think there's a lot of luck in the sense that he needed Paul to blow up his game for him to win. But still, oh, is there one more room? I thought that was the last room. I forgot about it. We still have the fire room. Ugh. All right. Yeah, like I think Josh probably is number 2, even though again he didn't play great. Whenever I do that list, the ranking Big Brother players, ranking Big Brother winners as players, which I'm sure I'll do at some point, like Josh is at the bottom, right? Like I haven't fully thought this through, but it's like just offhand, like thinking through it right now, it's like scrolling through the winners, like Josh or Evil Dick. It's like, which one's worse? I think it's Josh, because I think at least Evil Dick has the ability to think well strategically, and like think about like I think he like Evil Dick is someone that like at least can like Evil Dick knows his optimal move. I just think he executes it poorly a lot of time because he's so bad socially. But I don't even think Josh knows his optimal move most of the time. Alright. And to be honest, I probably would have had a higher opinion on Josh if it hadn't been for the challenge. I think now watching him, oh, okay, well that was something. How did that happen? That actually like saved time. I think now watching him on the challenge, it makes me realize, okay, that's just Josh. Like this is just like I was thinking like, okay, well if he were to return, to be honest, actually, if he comes back for BB22, Josh isn't in a bad position, right? Like Josh has a built-in alliance there with Tyler, Casey, and Christmas. Like I think I think if Josh had been on, it would have actually been really weird to see if Josh and Casey had been on BB-22. Maybe that's a what if video to do too. Because at that point you cut Memphis and you cut Keisha. Keisha doesn't matter really in this thing, but like Memphis was a very clear number for Cody. That gave Cody a pretty big. Like to be honest, like a lot of people say, oh, it's like Cody only won due to pregame and stuff. But like again, like the committee alliance like was not a pregame alliance, and like I do think Cody and Memphis definitely communicated before the season, but like the actual like full blown committee alliance wasn't. I think where am I going right now? Oh, here. Yeah, I mean, I think like if I think like the bigger thing of luck that Cody ran into was not the pregame stuff. I think it was the Josh and Casey being cut from the cast. I mean, Josh just talked about it. And mind you, like he has like every reason to say this, but he talks about how he would have targeted Cody right off the bat, and how that was like the plan for that alliance for Josh, Casey, Tyler, Christmas was to target Cody preseason. It's so weird they play this music, the like AC1 music here. Yeah, it is funny seeing like I get how did Josh win Big Brother? It is insane that Josh that's another winner pick. I forgot about that when I talked about Big Brother winner picks. I didn't talk about that. I did pick Josh as my winner pick in BB19, which is like how did that happen? Yeah, that was the other string. No, because I didn't pick Steve. But anyway, I did pick Nicole, and then I picked Josh as winner picks in Big Brother. Got very close with Tyler. And then, yeah, since then I picked Cody somehow. I don't know how that happened. I didn't remember that I picked Cody, but yeah, I guess I did pick Cody. And yeah, yeah, this is the end of the game, by the way, or the DLC.
Recognize these symbols?
Just story, I believe.
Wait, these are the symbols
that
were shown to me by the Apple of Eden.
Yeah, obviously I got Ovi way wrong, but yeah, I got Cody, Tyler, I was close, got Josh, got Nicole, and I think before that I hadn't actually picked a winner, but I came like very close sometimes. Because what 17 was Johnny Mac, which again kind of close. 16 was Zach, which not really as close. 15 was McCrae, kind of close-ish. At least made it to towards the end. 14 was Frank, which, again, and then before that was Brendan. Which obviously, like I've said this before, like it wasn't until like in the middle BB14, like it wasn't until the middle BB14 where I started to look at the game from a strategic lens. Before that, I kind of just watched the show just from an entertainment standpoint. Like, this is the only thing of importance in this DLC, by the way. This is how Desmond, well, this is really how William Miles really knows the location of the Grand Temple, because that's the coordinates for the Grand Temple, which they end up going to in Assassin's Creed 3.
It's not intended for us.
Ezio, what are you not telling me?
What else are you working on?
Well, I have begun several dissection studies. Then King Louis XII seems interested in hiring me as an engineer. Oh, yes, I'm thinking of repainting the St. John lost in the Bill of Fire. Salai would model for it again, of course.
Is this before or after he puts the apple? This is after, right? This is like immediately after he puts the apple in the vault? Yeah, because that's why he doesn't have the apple. Okay, yeah. But anyway.
You can sedate Desmond now. We have the information we need.
It's so weird. It's not the same fucking voice actor.
Too late. The damage is done. He seems to have entered some kind of coma.
He'll find his way out.
Because in AC3 and Revelations also, William Miles is voiced by John Delancey, who was in Breaking Bad. Like he was I mean, he was also in Star Trek and stuff, but Star Trek Next Generation? But anyway, wait, okay, so yeah, I think what we're gonna do, I would normally end right now, but I kind of want to do the Christina memories before we move on to Revelations. So this will be my longest stream ever, I guess. So that's officially that. Because I think we're only like a minute or two away from that. But yeah, we're gonna do Christina memories. It shouldn't take too long, probably like 30 minutes or so. Let's do the full sync save. Well, not full sync because I'm not 100, but I've done everything in this save outside of the 100% completion for optional objectives. Yeah, so we'll do this and then we'll end the stream. And again, it's already 3 o'clock in the morning, but I just want to do this before we move on to Revelations because I just feel like this is something that is pretty important narratively within Revelations. I'm just trying to think, there's nothing else I'm forgetting, right? Because these are all layers of Romulus, those don't matter to Revelations. War Machines don't matter. Border Towers don't matter. Templar Agents don't matter. Christina will do. Assassination, Thief, Courtesan, Copernico. Yeah, none of this other stuff matters. So yeah, it's just Christina memories. There's just only 5, and they're all really fucking short. So I don't know why I just said fucking in that sentence, by the way, but whatever. Yeah, let's do this. Yeah, Marine Review History. Yeah, that long stream of 4 hours. But yeah, whatever. 2 months. I don't know how people do it. Like how people could go for like people that do like 24-hour streams. Like I would lose my fucking mind, man. Like even last night, even after the last night's stream, I was out of it by the end of that. And that was like what, 3 hours? It's like there's no way I could go like 24 hours or anything.
Afraid of beautiful girls that anyone who actually talks to them has an advantage. Just make it up as you go.
What?
What?
It's so weird too because like these moments were already like written before Brotherhood. Like these moments were in the Renaissance book, which was like the novelization of AC2.
Not one you'll ever.
So it's weird how like a lot of these moments were already canon, but it's just that we weren't shown them until Brotherhood. But like these moments already existed.
I just have a second chance. Oh well.
Ezio, all is not lost. You make her smile. She will remember you now.
No, I can still fix these.
Again, like I'm Big Brother. I think it's. I think I'm like I would do good in the Steve spot. From I mean, but again, I don't feel like I act that pathetic. I mean, I don't know. Like I said that before. Like if I were to play Big Brother, I would play like Steve in BB21 or in BB17. And I feel like that is a decent cast for me. If I were to play Big Brother, again, I feel like Vanessa's just such a perfect second command person to like a person to be in second command to for someone like a Steve. Okay, fuck. Someone that is very logical and someone that fuck off. Okay, cool. This is such a dumb mission that you have to, like, you're literally stalking her. Like, we're literally going to be stalking her for the next, like, 3 minutes. Like, it's so bizarre. But, yeah, I feel like BB17 might be the cast that I would gravitate towards. Because, again, it's one of the most strategic casts in recent history. Especially from a newbie cast, I should say, where there are very few like outright duds in terms of strategic ability. So I feel like I would be benefited by that, by like more people thinking logically. Fuck off. Okay. I feel like I would be able to get along with Austin. I feel like I'll be able to get along with Johnny Mac. I feel like I'll be able to get along with the kind of the James contingent. Not really though. I mean, like now I think about it, it's like I probably wouldn't get along with Meg. I don't feel like I'll be a big Meg fan. But fuck off. I feel like James would be fine. I feel like it's like I have nothing in common with Becky, so I'm sure I wouldn't get along with Becky. But again, neither did Steve. So yeah, I mean, like I feel like that's like the way I always see. Like that's like whenever like someone says like, how do I see myself playing Big Brother? It's like that's pretty much how.
I told you I'm not interested.
I think yeah, Nerdy super fan.
Get in line.
Socially awkward guy. Again, I'm never gonna say I love you to Devon, but I mean, still socially awkward though.
What do you want here?
Again, like that's the thing is like I feel like I'm a bit more self-aware in actual conversations than Steve seems to be. But it's still not a. Yeah, I'm not a people person, which is again ironic considering I talk about social strategy. For a long time, and the fact that I work in customer service as well, which is ironic. But yeah, never been a big people person.
Thank you. That was very kind of you. I am now.
I'm trying to think like what Survivor cast would I get along with the most? It probably, I mean, to be honest, it probably would be one of the more recent ones, just due to how strategically minded a lot of them are.
Looks like you got yourself a second chance.
It probably would be like David versus Goliath, I think. Yeah, actually, yeah, it would be David versus Goliath. Again, you got Nick, Christian, Gabby, Davey. Like I feel like I would do well in the David tribe. Or as well as I would be able to do on the David tribe, on David vs. Goliath. Yeah, I would say that I'm like, I mean, Ian was really bad at the beginning of year 14, right? It's like I'm thinking Steve is also really bad at points in PV 17. But yeah, I mean, like I remember like when B14 was airing though, like I did I did associate myself with Ian a bit.
Thank you for coming.
Of course, of course. Tell me, what can I do?
My family's bodies. I can't just leave them hanging from the gallows. Need to give them last rites.
I mean, like I also like I think at the time I associate myself with Ovi from BB21, but I think like now that I've like seen Ovi in real life and so I like seen like how he is outside of the game. I don't think I'm like Ovi at all. I think Ovi's a lot more professional than I am. I think he's someone that's a lot more goal driven, a lot more like seems to be a lot more like has a lot better of an idea of what he's doing in life than what I am. But I don't remember this part of the mission for some reason. I remember the part that comes immediately after this, but it's like for some reason I don't remember this.
Where are the bodies that hung here? They've already been taken.
Oh yeah, I do remember this.
Tell me where they are. I don't know. I think they were taking them down to the river to dump them. No. Cristina, vieni con me.
Like I think I would win mental comps a lot on Big Brother if I tried. Again, like obviously, like with Big Brother, you gotta know when to win and when not to. But if I needed to win, like I feel like just any given quiz comp, I would do fine on. Mind you, I do think like certain memory-based things, like I'm just not, like I've never been good at studying for things. like, I never studied for anything throughout the entirety of high school and whatever. In college, it's like, I studied at points, but it's like, even then, it's like, it never really seems to work for me. Like, for some reason, like, studying, like, just never clicked with me. It's like, I just always had to go off of just, like, my natural, like, instinct, if you will, my natural, like, just knowledge. And I feel like with some of those BB quizzes that are, like, based off of, like, they show you a clip and then, I think I might have fucked this up, but not. Okay, we're good. Never mind. Yeah, in terms of, some of those sort of comps, I feel like I'm not as good, but, like, before and after, and, like, just basic trivia, I would be very good at that, though. And then, like, again, the spelling comp, like, I feel like something like that I would do very well at. Shit. Do you not desync? Wait, what? I could have sworn you desynced. Wait, why do we not have any weapons, by the way? What a bizarre thing. Okay, cool, we desynced anyway. I think comp-wise with Big Brother, like, I'm definitely more likely to win a Big Brother comp than a Survivor comp. Like, I'm not good at endurance. I would not do well at endurance at all. Like, endurance, I might as well just drop off right away. It's like, why even try? But again, like, mental comps I would do very well at. Certain, more physical comps I could potentially win. It matters what kind they are. Again, like, something like OTEV, I don't really have... I'm thinking OTEV's, like, a lot... Like, there's a lot of luck involved in OTEV. But, like, I feel like, just in general, like, like, in terms of, like, cardio, running back and forth, that sort of thing, like, I wouldn't be the greatest at that. But, again, I feel like something like the spelling comp would be good. Like, some of these, like, more, like, physical plus mental, I feel like I would be okay enough. But, again, if it's, like, full-on physical, then no, I don't have any shot. Again, like with Survivor, it's like in terms of Survivor comps, like recently they've leaned so heavily on endurance comps that it's like, again, never having a chance in those. But I feel like I can blow most people out of the water on Survivor puzzles. And then if they ever... Oh, fuck off. Are you serious? Okay, well, let's try to fight him, I guess. Fuck. Why is it not letting me countering? Why is it not letting me counter, I should say. I don't know why is it not, whatever. You get the point. Fuck, this is really going terribly. What? Target died? Whatever. I think the game's broken at that point. Hanging off a ball. Yeah, I would do terrible at that. The hanging off the... Again, like any sort of endurance comp, I'm pretty screwed, I feel like. I'm sure there's like something out there that I would like do okay enough at, but like most like the wall, stuff like that, nope. Not even gonna bother. Let's try this again. I feel like the memory comp though, I would do very, very well at. Like the like especially the Survivor version. The Survivor one is so basic. I would just dominate in that. Like where they just show you like colors and then you recite the colors, or like show you the pictures on the block and then do that. Like I would dominate in that. But yeah, even Big Brother one, I would have a bit more difficulty because like they kind of ask like more random questions there, or like they show you the sequence and they say, oh, what was the fourth one, or what was the like the they ask like more difficult questions there, and I feel like that might be more difficult, but I still feel like I would have a good chance at that. Okay. No. Fuck off, game. Fuck off. Okay, thank you. Yeah, I mean, like, I'm very socially awkward. I mean, like, this is the thing. Like, if you can't tell by the way I talk on this channel, it's like, on the show. Are you fucking serious? Okay, well, let's just do that, and then we'll, I guess, try to escape. Because, again, we can't kill them because it fails the mission if we kill them. Let's just wait here and see what happens. But yeah, like, one of the bigger issues with me of editing videos and stuff is that, yeah, I curse a lot. It's just, yeah. Yeah, one of the biggest things with editing videos is, I fuck up a lot. And that's why, like, there's some very choppy editing in terms of audio at points, because it's like, I usually fuck up a lot. Like, there's a lot of times where, like, there's even times where, like, I don't realize it until I'm editing the video. But, like, I just say a word, like, completely wrong somehow. And, like, I usually, like, debate, like, should I even keep this in? Is there a way I can, like, take this out just so I don't sound like a fucking idiot here? And there's, like, points like that, because, like, again, I just,
But I can't. My family.
Where the fuck did that necklace come from? But, yeah, there's definitely, a lot of editing of the audio. There's a lot of editing in the audio there. Like, straight up, like, most videos, like, whatever the raw audio is at the beginning of the video, cut that in half, and that's around the length of the video. Like, just thinking of, like, usually it's a little bit less than that, or a little bit more than that ends up saying, but, like, something like my, 13 Sentinels video, my spoiler review that will come out eventually, that it's the next video I'm gonna edit, that I think that's 42 minutes of raw audio. That video is probably gonna end up being somewhere around, like, the 25-minute mark, 23 to 25-minute mark, I think. It's around there. Like, the BB Cam, I think the BB Cam player ranking was, like, surprisingly long, considering how, I mean, the raw audio was still long, or raw audio was actually really long. It was like an hour and 32 minutes, I think. But, like, the video itself ended up being 54 minutes, I think. Something like that. 56 minutes. Which is actually, like, decently long still. Like, I expected it to be, like, closer to 50. Yeah, that's the thing. It's like, I know that, like, what I'm streaming, like, the game that I'm streaming probably doesn't interest most people that actually end up watching. Well, I feel like it's kind of a weird, like, that's the weird thing about my channel just in general, is that I feel like there's so many different types of people that watch my content, because it's like, I'm obviously talking about so many radically different things.
It's been 2 years.
But yeah, with this, with Assassin's Creed here, like, me, like, having, like, just, like, started the Twitch channel and stuff, like, I knew that there was gonna be, like, people that watch this because they generally want to see Assassin's Creed, which I think is very few, but, like, I think there are people that, like, come into the stream, like, maybe one or two people here and there that, like, are looking for an Assassin's Creed stream. But then the majority of the people that come from, obviously, my main channel are here for the reality TV stuff and, like, me talking about reality TV and stuff. So it's, like, it's kind of a tough, like, conundrum there that, I think that's just the, why the fuck does his armor look so weird? Whatever, I think that's just the, what ends up happening when you do, like, a lot of radically different things. Like, I think by having, again, by doing reality TV and video games, again, like, two radically different topics that don't have that much overlap, and I think especially when it comes to like single player story based games, I feel like if it was like something like a multiplayer based game, maybe something like Among Us in particular is one I know that a lot of the like RHAP people are playing Among Us and like Fall Guys and stuff. It's like maybe that would have more of a crossover, but again, like Assassin's Creed and Survivor and Big Brother is like not a lot of crossover there. But again, like that's me. I mean, that's me. Is like a lot of this random shit, and that's the way it is with most people. And most people obviously don't only enjoy one thing. Like they have a lot. Okay, he's about to die. Cool, perfect. A lot of people have a lot of different interests, but it's weird how like YouTube is really just content creation in general is something that benefits people who can only talk about one thing and that's it. Essentially, like because obviously like again, I've said this in the past. Like I do think the YouTube channel would be I killed him and he just came back alive. Yeah, the YouTube channel would be doing better if I just did Survivor content. Or if I just did Big Brother content. Like, if I focused on one specific topic and just focused on that and that's it, I do think the channel would be doing better. But again, like, I don't care enough to do that. So, like, the entire concept of the channel was to talk about whatever I wanted to talk about. And, like, I am going to keep to that.
And I will die still loving her. You are never going to gamble again. Never, listen.
Yeah, I don't know how you watch video. Like, it's so weird to me that, like, yeah, you're watching videos on, like, BB Can 9 when you didn't watch BB Can 9. Mind you, I mean, like, I guess I do run through season anyway, so it's like, if you don't, like, I think I do miss out on a lot of things. Yeah, so it is kind of weird to me, but... This is so dumb. Like, he just, like, kissed her and then, like...
He's fine. He'll make a good husband. I made sure of it.
What?
It's so dumb. But yeah, I mean, like, the reason I'm playing these Christina memories here... Like, the Christina memories here are the story of Ezio and his initial girlfriend in AC2, Christina, who... spoiler alert, by the end of this sequence of missions, she ends up dying. And essentially ever since that point within the canon, like, he was heartbroken. So even though he sleeps with Katerina Sforza and like seems to want a relationship with her, he's essentially heartbroken until the point of the Revelations, where he meets Sophia, who he ends up marrying and have kids with, whatever, all that stuff. So like this is kind of like the setup to that happens in Revelation. So that's kind of why I'm playing this. By the way.
Ezio, I was hoping to see you tonight.
Yeah, I'm straight. Obviously that doesn't really matter, obviously, but yeah, I am straight. I do have that point, so I do feel like I'm probably asexual, if anything, but like, yeah, straight.
She's with her husband. She may not be too happy to see you. No, it's wonderful. It's Carnevale. With this mask, she need not even know it's me. I know.
Actually, it is funny how, like, graphically, this does look a lot better than AC2. Like obviously we just like finished playing AC2 not too long ago, but like looking at the graphics of, like, even though it's the same engine and everything, like it's like the textures are definitely better. It's like I feel like the lighting is better than it was in AC2, even though it's the exact same area with the exact same assets and everything. This is so dumb.
There. Now to wait her at the rendezvous.
Okay, that's really close. Okay, no, can you, like, not? Thank you. But again, these missions are super short, like, especially these later ones. Like, this is literally the end of the mission here. Like, literally just doing that.
Christ,
Manfredo, when did you get so romantic?
Yeah, we're probably gonna actually end up ending the stream before the 4-hour mark, unless it ends up in the situation where like I just ramble on for a while. But again, like this next mission isn't that long.
What the hell are you doing here? How dare you!
Christina, it's all right.
All right? I haven't seen you in 8 years.
See, I was afraid you wouldn't come if I just asked.
You're right. I wouldn't have. Ezio, the last time I saw you, you kissed me in an alley and then left me behind to be married.
It was the right thing to do. He loved you.
Who cares what he wanted? I love you. You had your second chance. Please, Ezio, don't ever find me again.
Alright, one more. Yeah, ideally I would be able to replay the miracle, but this, I don't believe it lets you do that. We actually tried to figure out if I could or not earlier, and yeah, I'm pretty sure you can't. Which the miracle is this, mission that, requires you to do all the Subject 16 things, whatever. It's like, at the end of it, you get a message from who you think is Subject 16, but now we know. No, and like this was a theory that I had for a long time, and I know other people in the Assassin's Creed community had that. In reality, it wasn't Subject 16. It was Desmond from the future talking back to his past self, and it turned out that's true, based off of what happened in Valhalla.
Man, Savonarola's men came through, destroying everything.
Where is Christina? Manfredo! Where is she?
She ran. They went after her.
No!
Alright, let's go. Why is he not wearing his hood? Like, why would he not be wearing his hood in this situation? Whatever. Actually, it is kind of weird, actually. I never thought about that out of the Da Vinci, or not Da Vinci, out of the Christina memories here, that, hey, we're gonna save, okay, cool. I guess we didn't save, right? Killed the wrong person. Okay, cool, perfect. Okay, I guess she probably is dead at this point. Either way, obviously, as I said, like, she ends up dead anyway. It doesn't matter, but, it would have been funny if we could have, like, killed any of them before any of them even got close to her. No, what the fuck? That's some bullshit. Yeah, hey, it's Justin Fig? I'm really terrible at reading Twitch names. Yeah, about to end stream. Not too far from now. Like literally in probably less than 10 minutes. I just want to do this last Christina memory, and then that'll be it for Brotherhood here. Again, the entire goal of this was just to play Brotherhood right before playing Revelations, yeah, there we go. That was a lot better.
Hold on. I'll get you to a doctor. You're going to be alright.
No, it's...
And yeah, I already finished the main story earlier, played Da Vinci's Disappearance, and then now we're just doing the Christina memories, because that's the last bit of thing within the story within the game that's relevant to Revelations.
I wish we could have had a second chance.
Wouldn't it have been a third chance, according to you? But whatever. Yeah. Yeah, I'll play Lost Legacy on stream. Again, like any game that I plan on making a video of, but like I already have a good amount of footage for, I'll play on stream. So I mean, like Lost Legacy, any of the Assassin's Creed games, again, Mass Effect Andromeda, which I'm sure everyone's excited for when I get around to playing that. Like any, I mean, I can run through the games that I have footage for. I mean, I'm sure there's a lot, but like, games that I can see myself actually doing a video on in the recent, or not too far from now. Well, I guess it's kind of tough because there's just so many games here. But yeah, I mean, like if I play Miles Morales again, I feel like that'll be something we could stream. I feel like if I were to play Cyberpunk again, I probably won't though. Judgment is a game I wanted to play again. Well, I need to play again before, because I plan on doing a retrospective of that at some point. Yeah, I mean, I feel like Lost Legacy was longer. I feel like that is one of the few things that I mean, like, it is a tight package in it, like, as a whole, but it's like also like I do wish it was longer. Like I feel like the entire like Sam being part of your like group is kind of just rushed through at the end there. Yeah, if I were to play Hitman, oh yeah, that's another thing. I just bought Hitman 3. So if I were to replay Hitman 1 and 2, we could do that on stream. Because I did want to do a video once I played Hitman 3 where I like ranked every level in the newer Hitman games. So maybe that's something we'll do. Hitman 1 and 2. Ghost of Tsushima, we can stream. Last of Us 1 and 2. Life is Strange series, we can stream. Again, all the Uncharted games we can stream. God of War, Spider-Man. There's a lot of stuff. There's a lot of stuff we can stream. But again, like I probably won't be doing blind playthroughs here because with blind playthroughs, again, like I more than likely will make a video about that game or talk about the game at some point. So I would like to just have more condensed footage for those, because again, like with streams here, it's like essentially I'm recording it in these like 3-4 hour bits, while with recording like footage within like 30-hour chunks is a lot easier to manage. Plus also, I mean, there's just times where like I just don't want to stream when playing a game. Like right now I'm playing Final Fantasy 15 when I'm not streaming, and yeah, I mean that's to be honest, I already have Final Fantasy 15 footage. The problem is I don't have side content footage, and that's why I'm doing that off stream. I would have probably played it on stream if it wasn't for that. Yeah, like I still don't have a set plan for what we're gonna do after Revelations. Like we might just, I don't know. Yeah, we'll have to figure it out. I don't have a set thing though. I think we'll play Horizon Zero Dawn at some point before Horizon Forbidden West. Like I'm not gonna do another video on Horizon Zero Dawn. I already did one. And I'm not going to, like, I feel like it's not something that I would, like, take the time out of my day to do, like, on my own. But, like, I feel like if we're doing it on stream, it's like, why not? We'll play Horizon Zero Dawn. Yeah, I mean, I think we're going to wind things down here. I pretty much did everything I wanted to do here with Brotherhood. Next up will be, I guess we can go to the main menu to go to... Okay, did not mean to do that. To get to Revelations on the menu, but yeah. Oh yeah, any of the Telltale games we can stream. Any of the Quantic Dream games we can stream. Oh wait, wrong one. Yeah, I mean there's a good chunk of games. I think it's like a good 150 to 200 games or so that I probably have footage for. I don't know, it's probably not nearing 200, but around 150 probably games that I have footage for. So it's like that's a large range of games. Obviously, like I don't want to replay every game that I've ever played. Like there's certainly games that like I have no intention of ever playing again. But oh yeah, Inside. I wanted to replay Inside. That could be like a one stream game too, where we just do that in one stream. Again, I think it's like a 4-hour game. Again, this stream's about to be 4 hours. We can do that in one night. Firewatch is another one. I'll probably replay somewhat soon. Again, it's probably going to be games like that we play after Revelations, I think. Kind of like these games that I just need to refresh on before doing that top game of the generation video. Have I ever played Borderlands? But yeah, Borderlands, I'm assuming you're saying. Yeah, I have. It's not for me. I mean, like, I love Tales from Borderlands, which is the Telltale game. Like, I like the universe of Borderlands, but I just feel like the base gameplay just isn't really something that interests me too much. Like, I've played Borderlands 1 and 2. Like, 1 I played, like, years ago, like, not too long after it originally came out, and it's like, I just kind of got bored after a couple hours, and then more recently, like, I think 2 years ago or so, I played Borderlands 2 on the Handsome Collection, and, yeah, I mean, it's just not something that, I see myself, like, getting too into. But, like, I like the world of it and everything. Sonic games, yeah, I played them when I was younger. Like, not recently. Like, Sonic Heroes was one of my favorite games as a kid. And then, like, I played the original. Like, I owned the Genesis collection that was on the GameCube. So I played all those. Played the adventure games. So like, I played a lot of like the older Sonic games, but I haven't played, I don't think any like, I can't even think of the most recent Sonic game I've played. It probably is, it might actually be Heroes, for all I know. Yeah. Yeah, like, I haven't done any videos on older games like that. Obviously the main reason for that is because I don't have a capture card, because I'm a cheap bastard. So, like, everything that I have footage for comes from the comes from the PS4. So it's like, it's anything I can play on PS4. That's why I make videos of. That's why, like, I'm thinking of buying a capture card so that I can do an Assassin's Creed 1 retrospective next year. Because next year is the 15-year anniversary of Assassin's Creed 1. I missed the 10-year anniversary of that. And Assassin's Creed 1 obviously is a game that is so important to me, and I just feel like I need to make a retrospective of it at some point. I feel like a 15-year would be the best spot to do it at this point. The problem is that based on how the schedule is for that point, like, it's a very, very game-heavy, like, period of time. That's like, I think it's like 5 video game videos in a row, and there's like no way I'm going to do that. So it's like, I think I might end up having to cut it anyway and just like have to save it for later. Because, like, I think it's AC3, AC3 Liberation, AC1, Walking Dead Telltale, and then Uncharted 1, like, all back to back to back to back to back. Like, it's like, that's a lot. Like, there's no way I'm doing all those videos all at once. And, like, Liberation's an easy cut, but even then, like, that's still 4 video game videos pretty much in a row, and that's still a lot. So I think I might have to cut the AC1 retrospective at the end of the day as well. But yeah, I mean, that's, oh yeah, Red Dead 2 is another one we can definitely stream. Shenmue series 1 and 2. Well, and 3, but I don't know how much I really want to replay 3. Tomb Raider, the Tomb Raider games, we can stream those. Until Dawn, Watch Dogs, we can do that. Yeah, I mean, there's a good chunk. Final Fantasy VII would be cool. The problem is that they block recording for a chunk of it. Yeah, what about Red Dead Redemption? I can stream Red Dead Redemption 2 at some point. I'm sure I will, because, like, I do want to replay it at some point, and I do want to redo my retrospective, because I just don't feel like it's good. So I would like to make a more in-depth retrospective later down the road. So I'm sure we'll do Red Dead 2 at some point. It's not anytime soon, but at some point. Red Dead 1, I don't have the ability to stream right now, though. Because it's not on PS4. Well, it is on PS Now, but it's not, like, when playing games on PS Now, you can't actually stream it, which is dumb. But, yeah. Well, I mean, it's because it uses a lot of the power within the, yeah, like, I get why it's not a thing, but, yeah, it's just, I don't have the ability to right now. If I get a capture card, which I should do. I'm like, I don't know why I'm so late. Like it's not even a money thing. Like I have the money. Like I make enough money from the YouTube channel to afford a capture card. It's pure laziness, and then also it's like, it's just a lot of factors with it. But it really mostly is laziness. Yeah, I mean, yeah, there's a lot of games that I plan on streaming at some point. Again, like, just when we get around to what games, yeah, we'll just have to see. Just trying to look at the games I own physically right now. What else is there? Yakuza series is, like, I mean, again, that's another issue, like, with Final Fantasy VII Remake, where they block recording for a lot of those. I think Like a Dragon is free, though, so we can do Like a Dragon. Oh, it's the Rainier Review. It's the same name as this Twitch channel. There's a link in the, somewhere. Yeah, I do, like, the main attraction to the channel is our videos I do about reality TV, but I do video game videos here and there. Oh, Death Stranding, that's another game I want to replay. I don't know how interesting it'll be as a stream, but definitely will be replaying Death Stranding not too long from now. Just looking at the rest. I think that's about. I mean, Kingdom Hearts. I don't know how likely I am to replay Kingdom Hearts. Plus, also they block recording at points, so I guess that's another one that's like, yeah, probably not. I haven't played Shadow Mordor in forever. That might be a fun one to replay. Nier Automata, I need footage for, so I can't stream that when I play it. Persona 5 would be interesting. I don't know how Persona 5... Like, because if we play Persona 5 on stream, we would have to play the Royal version, but the Royal content at the end is blocked off. So we would have to play a base Persona 5 playthrough within Persona 5 Royal, which would be kind of weird. But we could do Persona 5 theoretically. Interesting taste in games? I guess. I just like... I play pretty much everything. Like, everything single player... Yeah, I'm pretty much... Most things single player I end up playing at some point. Like, just for this year, 2020 year in gaming video, I played, like, what, like... I think it was, like, 30-something games. From the year 2020. Mind you, I didn't finish all those. Like, only 19 made the final list, and I think 20 were actually finished if you want to consider Persona 5 Royal. But I didn't put Persona 5 Royal on the list because, again, it's kind of unfair. But yeah, I mean, I tried to play everything that like seems like it would be something that I would be somewhat interested in. Obviously, price like is a factor in there. Like, I just don't like multiplayer games. Like, I just don't bother. I did play It Takes Two, like that, which is a co-op game. But it's just like, for the most part, like, multiplayer just doesn't interest me. Like, what I'm looking for in a game is like a more narrative-based experience. If not that, then at least like something that has, like, again, like me, like playing like Call of Duty and just like killing random people. Like, it just doesn't interest me. It's like, I don't care. I feel like no sense of accomplishment from that. While like I would rather be playing, like right now I'm playing Final Fantasy 15, and like me just doing these random side quests that like are, for the most part, like pretty repetitive side quests. I get more enjoyment out of that than I would from playing any multiplayer game, for me personally. Like, I would rather be doing like side content in The Witcher 3 than be playing multiplayer in like any random game. Oh, yeah, Witcher 3 is another game we could stream. Oh, Trials. The Trials games are interesting. Trials Rising in particular. I never finished Trials Rising. I want to play that at some point. I feel like a stream is a good way to have an excuse to play it. Plus, also, I feel like that's kind of a good game to be playing when kind of just like focusing on talking about other things, because like obviously you don't have to pay that much attention. Yeah, just never been big into multiplayer. And also, like, I'm not gonna pay money too. That's another factor now with PS Plus and stuff. It's like I'm not gonna spend money on multiplayer. I don't care enough. So yeah. A Plague Tale. That's a game we could play. Debatably, we could play Resident Evil. I don't know why I said debatably. That's not the right word to use there, but like the Resident Evil games would be interesting. I don't know if I would be willing to stream them though. South Park, the South Park games. I think that would be interesting. Jedi Fallen Order. I forgot about Jedi Fallen Order is a game I want to replay. Because I played it once and I liked it, but I didn't like it as much as what it seemed like a lot of other people did. So it's like I want to replay it. It won't be anytime soon, I don't think, because like at the end of the day, it's like there's other games that are more important to be playing in terms of like, again, like it's not a game that's going to make my top games of the generation list, like almost no matter what. So it's like it's not really worth replaying for that, but and it's like too long of a game to do like a one-off stream on or anything. So it's like it's not an immediate thing, but I definitely will play it at some point. But yeah, I mean, I think it's time to end the stream. It's 3:36 a.m. where I'm living, so and again, I gotta work later today, I guess now technically. So that's gonna be fun. But yeah, we will go ahead and end the stream here. Thank you for watching. Actually, I guess I should talk about when I'll next stream. It might not be till next week, if I'm being honest. Now, I did talk about how the initial plan for tomorrow night was I wasn't going to stream because I was going to play Wrath of the Druids, the Assassin's Creed Valhalla DLC, but now that that's not gonna, like, now that I've kind of dropped that, I don't care enough to play it. I could technically stream tomorrow, but I probably just won't, because I kind of just would rather wait until I have more free time to play Revelations, because even if I stream tomorrow, I won't be able to play the stream again until probably Sunday at the minimum, more than likely Monday though. So it's like, yeah, I'll just take tomorrow off. I'll probably just play Final Fantasy 15, and then if I have time, if I end up playing anything tomorrow night, and then yeah, we'll probably be back Monday. That's kind of what I'm thinking, and then do at least Monday, Wednesday, possibly Tuesday, possibly Thursday. We'll see how next week goes. But yeah, that is it for the stream. Thank you guys for watching, and yeah, see you next time.